Hey, how's everyone doing? Today, I guess this is kind of an impromptu live stream because we got some news, didn't we? It was a little bit of a surprise for all of us. I don't think anybody had anything planned for today. So, what's everybody drinking? And this is kind of a gauge of the room question because there's a lot of different possibilities here, and I know that there have been a lot of takes out there because I've been up to stuff, but I've seen a whole bunch of people with sort of different comments and different takes. Provisionally, I've got myself a beverage here, and I guess it'll say some of where I'm going, although it'll be a little bit, perhaps a little more nuanced. I see Secret McSquirrel is after my own heart, saying coffee so I can sleep. Drinking water, but we'll be moving on to rum and eggnog. I like that. Red wine, good choice. No need to add Coke if you're not into that. This has been the sort of contentious point here. Hot buttered rum, drinking coffee. Yeah, no, I mean there's a lot of sort of stuff to note there. Making coquito. I've never actually tried coquito. I hear a lot of people saying that it's a sort of good option for a Christmas drink. Lemon water. I see somebody saying you're out of the garage. Yes, this is a sort of office live stream. Shade is testing your cheap wine and Coke. That is excellent. So canned Caesars, you got me hooked. Fresh Caesars are even better than canned Caesars. So, and I see Claude Simeon saying, Ian, I tried red wine and Coke yesterday. It was fine, but not something I'll have often. Very different from either wine or Coke. You're right. Yep. So good stuff. Got somebody here from my local town of Edmonton, Alberta. And coquito is way better than eggnog. I've never had it, believe it or not, so I don't know. But I just sort of, as a rough kind of, and this is kind of provisional, and there are some major caveats to it, but I've got a bottle, and I think it's actually worth celebrating this. Now, I am going to add some caveats. I do see that we've got some of the people in the chat who are much more doom and gloom, and I'm going to try to sort of moderate the celebration by noting that. And I'm just also going to note that, this is complicated. There's a whole lot of issues that are going on with this one. And so let's kind of break it down. So, cheers. All right. So, what I'm here to talk about here, and I see somebody asking, is the wine and Coke a half and half mix? Yep, 1-to-1 ratio. So, the latest news is a settlement. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard have apparently reached an agreement. And essentially, the agreement is that she will drop the appeals and he'll drop his cross appeal. And at the end of the day, they are going to, she's going to pay him $1 million. Apparently, this has been reported by a number of sources. I'm not sure where they're getting that exactly. It looks like the Daily Mail was the first to say the $1 million figure. I've seen it reported by a number of other places. And so I don't know. I'm assuming the $1 million is accurate, but yeah. I see somebody saying, is that the lanyard you made in the background? It is. I'm just glad it's a little fuzzy there because it's got my bar card in it. It's not the one I made last night on stream, but it's what is it? It's one that I made previously, so they're a useful thing. So House Hippo says, I guess your YouTube career is over now, according to Eve Barlow. Guess there's nothing else out there to ever report on. I'll talk about that too. So we've got Amber Heard having made a statement, and I'll see if I can bring this up here because Yeah, we might as well just have a look at this. And so let me see if I can get that going. All right, so here is Amber Heard's Instagram. And we see, so here's her statement. After a great deal of deliberation, I've made a very difficult decision to settle the defamation case brought against me by my ex-husband in Virginia. And you note that she's not naming him. We all know who it is, but it is important for me to say that I never chose this. That is some bullshit. Because she didn't initiate the lawsuit, but she certainly started it. It's and I see I've got a guest here. How you doing?
Good evening, Ian. How are you doing?
Well, this is my drink of choice for the evening, so I think that indicates a little bit of my my thoughts.
I have tea with honey, but primarily just because that's what's working for me right now.
You really have not had a good time of things. You were laid up with the flu, was it? And then of course you're like, I'll just tiptoe into things, and then suddenly,
just a light little one. I started headlines this morning saying, you know what, it might be a short one, guys. If everything just gives out, I wound up streaming for four plus hours today, which you popped in on, which was awesome.
Well, I'm always happy to. So,
but yeah, I mean, like, you got news like this, you got to pop on. You got to set up a video for stuff like this, right?
Oh yeah, and I mean, this one is complicated because I just I got some mixed feelings about it. You can see that I've got the champagne open, so I think it's overall a good thing. But it's not exclusively a good thing, and so we'll sort of talk about that. So, yeah, I was just noting that I never chose this. Pucky, you never chose this. It's like I ran over the neighbor with my car, but I didn't choose to get sued. It's like, well, then don't run over the neighbor, right? Don't do the defamation if you don't want the defamation lawsuit. So I defended my truth, and in doing so, my life as I knew it was destroyed. Keep in mind that this was after they had made an amicable agreement to walk away and neither side throws shit at the other, right? It was just that was the agreement, and she broke that. And had she kept to the agreement she made, she could have just walked away with none of this having happened. So, whoops. I mean, this kind of seems like you fuck around, you find out. Like, that's the laws of the universe sometimes. So, the vilification I faced on social media is an amplified version of the ways in which women are re-victimized when they come forward. You had some discussion on re-victimized.
I did.
And, I agree. I think that this is tiptoeing towards re-defamation. But Depp's not going to want to lay another suit on this.
Right. Well, I mean, if we look at the 2018 statements that she got in trouble for, they're very much of this type, right? That implication that I'm not just a representative, it's because it happened. And so when you put that it's funny to think about, but if that didn't say dash, I think she's a lot safer. And so you suggest that there's an initial victimization with that statement that applies to you when you just lost a defamation case for claiming the same thing. I say, okay. Now, I think she's rightly calling the field of play. I don't think Johnny Depp is going to sue her for this, but it's interesting to see it just kind of come right back as this settlement happens, the very first statement we see to the world.
Yeah, I mean, he's not gonna turn around and sue her after immediately making a settlement in order to get out of this lawsuit. I mean, I just don't see that happening. So that said, I mean, as things go, I think it would actually be the wrong move. Even, what's he going to gain from doing so? Like, at that point, he just looks petty. He just looks, there's nothing to do for it. But yeah, the vilification she's faced on social media. I mean, she is vilified for lying. She's vilified for for being deceptive, for misleading people, for getting busted in some really obvious lies. Like, no, these are two different pictures. It's like, really? That were taken in the exact same second with your hair strands in the exact same places? Like, how were these two? Like, it's a clear lie. And I see people, why wouldn't he negotiate a gag order? We're going to get to that because that's a very relevant question. And I mean, I think that one's got some fairly simple answers to it. And I see we might have Rob in the chat. I didn't spot him, but Rob, I sent you a link if you're interested, although I know you've been doing a lot of streaming today, so maybe not. Up to you, though.
Yeah, they're saying a raid, so I suspect the Innocence stuff just ended on Rob's channel.
Ah, there we go. So, and I see, am I out of the workshop? Yes, this is my law workshop, not the leatherwork workshop. So, yeah, carrying on here. Now I finally have an opportunity to emancipate myself from something I attempted to leave over 6 years ago, and on terms I can agree to. You agreed to the last set of terms. You broke them. So move on. Yeah. I've made no admission. Of course, she doesn't have to make an admission at this point. There's already been a jury finding. Mm-hmm. So, and I mean, I don't think that she was ever going to make a further admission. That just wasn't a likely thing here. This is not an act of concession. Kind of is, though. Just a wee bit.
Well, you're fighting, and then you're not fighting.
Yeah.
What do you call that?
And I mean, it's not like she's walking away with money, like or even walking away with no money, right? Because no money would have been, she could have argued that as a win, but she's walking away still making a payment, and a substantial payment. I mean, I'm not going to see $1 million anytime soon. So,
you hear that, super chats? Get on it. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yes, if somebody wants to drop $1 million super chat, I don't think that's likely. But
no, we talk you through that because that's 300,000 plus to YouTube. We could go a different direction.
Yeah, no, that's there are no restrictions or gags with respect to my voice moving forward. We'll get to sort of that issue on that one because lots of people have been wondering about the gag order thing. So we'll talk about the strategic elements of that. The disappointment I feel today is beyond words. I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence. Now, is this from the same date? Or is this just from ages ago? This is from 28 weeks ago.
I believe that's the trial statement.
Yeah.
So I think you have to
where's
go to
the rest of this statement?
Yeah, page 2.
I don't see a page 2 on this.
I don't understand how Instagram works, Ian. I'm old.
Yeah, when I go to the next page, it doesn't get me to the second one there. So
I can go to my video and grab the link that I was using if that's helpful.
Yeah, that might be because
just give me a second.
That's frustrating. It's like, why does the next page not appear on the next page there?
It's just two old guys trying to figure out how Instagram works, people. Don't worry about it.
Oh, wait, it looks like somebody sent me a screenshot, which might be helpful here. So let me just see if I can bring that up here.
Okay. Behind the scenes, I'll grab the link I used earlier today.
Oh, somebody's saying that there's another arrow on the picture. There we go. I was using the wrong arrow.
Thanks for walking us through that, everybody.
I
would have had exactly the same problem.
I really appreciate that one, but what is it? Yeah, and somebody noting it blends in. It's a white arrow on a white background.
Modern UIs.
So I make this decision having lost faith in the American legal system, where my unprotected testimony served as entertainment and social media fodder. I mean, we have public courts for a reason, right? And public courts are important. And we say, the thing is that back in the day when the court system was being established, courts were as public as it was possible to make them. And what that means is that you really couldn't do a thing where you were, you couldn't do a live broadcast because there wasn't such a thing. It was just reopened, and I see people saying reshare because I took it down and then I forgot to actually put it up again. Sorry, folks, I am not on my A game in terms of this. Somebody asking, do I accept crypto? I do actually have a crypto address, although I think I've been donated a total of like $10 through it. So, and I think that $10 became like $2 just because of the direction crypto went. So, so we've got this, I think it's appropriate that it be made, as, that people be able to see it, especially because she wasn't trying to keep this private, right? She was not trying to keep this hidden. She's been waging a PR campaign. And if you wage a PR campaign, it ought to be in the sunlight. I see Sharon saying that was a joke. Listen, if you've got the FTX riches, do not send them my way. That's a level of headache I just don't need.
She's in the Bahamas.
So yeah, she's in the Bahamas sitting there with like a pina colada and the passwords to SBF's accounts. It's like, don't send me that. That's a level of headache that would be a real issue. But I mean, she wanted it to be entertainment and social media fodder. She wanted people to be talking about this on social media. She just wanted it to be filtered through the establishment media, which is largely been pro-Heard because she's been really good at manipulating that. She's been good at playing the story. The problem is that the public being able to see all of this stuff sort of came to a different conclusion. And this has been such a weird thing to see this giant break between the people following the mainstream media view versus like the people watching the trial, and how much of a gulf there's been, including how many people I saw, and watched switch, including our very own Mr. Hogue here, who was like, yeah, Depp's going to lose. If you look at the original, like the beginning of this trial, I wasn't often on Legal Bites' stream or anything because I was like, this is boring.
Why are they wasting their time?
Why are they wasting their time? And so I was just like, this is uninteresting, until suddenly I was like, oh my God, there's stuff to talk about on this one. Like, I'll join in on this. This is interesting because there's actually a case here. So yeah, she wanted it to be all of those things. Now it's, I think, really disingenuous for her to pretend otherwise.
Well, I think you nailed it, Ian. What she wanted was to present it publicly and for everybody to believe her, and that it was supposed to go that direction. And when they didn't, I'm suddenly not too happy with the results of my going public. And when people say my testimony sounds like lies, which, let's be honest, it does, that she doesn't like being called on that.
She doesn't like people actually seeing her testify, because she just wants to be able to say, oh, I was totally honest and whatever else. And, she obviously wasn't. So,
well, think about how much more impactful even that very same testimony would be if it were just presented as a text statement, just as an affidavit, right? If you can't read some of that presentation, you can't read some of that delivery in her face and in her body language and everything else, I would argue you're gonna put whatever kind of patina you want on it for it to be believable. And that testimony killed her in court.
It did. It was just so bad, right? And she got just slammed on cross-examination that, in a way that just made it really difficult for anybody to recover from that. I have actually, I don't think I've seen many witnesses, or any witnesses likely, that have been as bad as that one, as bad as she was. She was just destroyed. But I was sitting there thinking Depp's going to win this before Camille Vasquez got to her feet. I was like, I think Depp's won this. And then when Camille got to her feet, I was like, ooh, this is going to be good. And it was like something out of the movies, like literally just, and I mean, part of that is that Camille Vasquez did a skilled cross-examination. Part of that is that everybody looks fantastic when you get to just play with a witness who's that terrible. Like, you dream of these moments where you're just sitting there going, like, I want to, or of these beautiful cross-examinations, but you rarely get handed them because most people are better liars than that. Even when you've got a lying witness, most people are better at it than she was. But her testimony was so unbelievable in terms of, some of the stuff is just impossible. Like, I was being dragged back and forth across broken glass. No, you weren't. So,
with no physical medical evidence of basically anything.
Well, she's seen ballet dancing the next day. I'm like, that's the kind of injury that gets you into like 9 months of rehab and like restorative surgeries and that kind of thing. It's not just, it's not just like, oh yeah, well, I walked it off. Right. So, but yeah, when I stood before a judge in the UK, I was vindicated by a robust, impartial, and fair system where I was protected from having to give the worst moments of my testimony in front of the world's media. Now, she means the worst moments of her testimony in a different way than I read this.
Oh, no.
Like, she just inadvertently did an irony here, and I'm 100% here for it, because she means the worst is in the most tragic, heartrending moments.
Right.
But what she's really upset by, and what she accidentally kind of says, I don't think she was like accidentally tipping her hand. I think this is just her turn of phrase lends itself to a better interpretation.
You're getting that floweriness here, right? That was one of the things that jumped out of the testimony. She's got this kind of, I'm in a stage play, whether it's an Instagram post or a testimony.
Yeah, but I mean, she inadvertently went too far, because it's like, the worst moments of her testimony that she wanted to protect are the moments where she's like trying to cry and failing, or giving testimony about, very like where her facial reactions weren't matched, where she goes and like eyeballs the jury and like is trying to stare them down, and where she's just testifying to all sorts of things that are completely ridiculous, right? Those are things that she didn't want to be trotted in front of the world's media. She wanted her carefully curated story out there. And where the court found that I was subjected to domestic and sexual violence. What she's leaving out, of course, is that several of the things that court relied on, we now know to be BS. Like when the court, like if you read that judgment, they say like she had no financial incentive because she donated all the money. Well, it never actually made it to the charities. In fact, when Depp was donating it in her name, she got very upset by that. She's like, whoa. I didn't want those charities to actually get the money. I wanted them to get the pledge. What the hell are you doing? Making sure they actually get the money. And he's like, yeah, I know you though. Like, I'll just give it to them directly. And so then she's like, no, I have to get the money. And yeah, it's ridiculous. In the US, however, I exhausted almost all my resources in advance of and during a trial in which I was subjected to a courtroom in which abundant direct evidence that corroborated my testimony was excluded. You mean all of the hearsay? Because what she's really... Oh, this is frustrating.
She wants all those doctor notes in. I mean, like most of the brief was about the doctor notes. And of course, they're statements from her. So they're not allowed in because they're just bolstering. Yeah. That was what they were really bothered about, was the contemporaneous doctor notes. And
the thing is that, this is basic evidence. Like, this is basic. You would fail a law student in an evidence course for putting these theories that this is admissible in, because let's say this is a really common scenario I deal with is somebody's just been arrested and they're now calling and they're saying, I'm thinking I want to tell the police my side of the story. I want to give them my defense. And I say, don't do it. And they go, well, why not? And I say, well, first of all, anything you say that hurts you, they can bring up in court, no problems. Like, that's an admission against interest. But let's say you say something that helps you. It's actually no better that you said it now than if you said it at trial. Because you can't go and in trial say, well, look at my, my statement to the police where I said all these helpful things. They got to be true because I said them, to the police at the time, and I said them now. And even though you might think, hey, this means he's had a consistent story from beginning to end, it's not admissible. In fact, if you were to make no admissions in your police statement and everything you said at trial was 100% the same, your interview would probably at that point be inadmissible entirely. So, yeah, they want to get those. And the thing is that they could have actually gotten some of that stuff in by bringing the doctors in. Why don't they bring the doctors in? Oh, right, because then the doctors are going to be subject to cross-examination, and they may have to be questioned on things like, so did you believe her? No, huh? Okay, you thought she was making it up at the time? Cool. How do you think that would have gone with the jury?
Not a winning argument, certainly. But as I think Chat pointed out, they did, through the therapists, get a couple of those things in because they reviewed the notes. And so you did have commentary on those things. Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, she just wanted to basically run this on hearsay rather than her evidence. Was excluded, and in which popularity and power mattered more than reason and due process. This is BS. Like, she's just trying to throw the whole legal system under the bus, and it's obnoxious. It's objectionable.
Yeah, the whole courtroom's out of order. Yeah.
Yeah. In the interim, I was exposed to a type of humiliation that I simply cannot relive. Except you were all set to do it. Like you were saying, we want a retrial. So, yeah. Even if my U.S. appeal is successful, the best outcome would be a retrial where a new jury would have to consider the evidence again. I really think this is funny because several of their arguments aren't retrial arguments.
Okay, good. You had left my video when I got to this party and I said, I think that's wrong because there are actual questions of law that would just get the whole thing kicked out in her brief if she won.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, I had to jump into a hearing. So I was like, I can't list as much as I enjoy the, and as much as I do the listen to two things at once, not in a court hearing.
Probably better. Yeah.
So I'm like, how does this make sense? Because when they're arguing things like defamation by implication is not a legal thing to apply to a figure like Johnny Depp. And I see Rob is in the chat. Rob, I see you're making dinner.
Tell us what you're making, Rob.
Tell us what you're making. And if you finish making dinner and you want to pop in, I've sent you a link, but I know you've had a busy day here. So
I want to know if it includes the phrase red wine reduction. All right. Go to it, Rob.
Especially red wine and Coke reduction. But I mean, yeah, if you argue that defamation by implication can't apply, and if the court agreed with you, then that's not a new trial. That's just a literally on their best claims. There cannot be a trial on this. Done. So yeah, I simply cannot go through that for a third time. This is either she's lying or she's saying that her lawyers gave her bad information about what they're doing in the appeal.
I actually think this is a PR statement, right? Because I did go through a number of the articles and they picked up on this. I don't want to go through it a third time as one of the salient points. And I can certainly understand not wanting to go through it a third time. But I think from a legal perspective, that's the best outcome is wrong. She really can go right up Pendleton Avenue and say implication of a public figure is not to be acknowledged by Virginia. They had a number of states that follow that rule, and it would have come down to a Virginia Supreme Court opinion at the end of the day.
Yep. And I mean, there was real possibility that they could have said, you know what, we don't recognize defamation by implication for public figures.
There were a number of states. There were a number of states that went that direction, so it was not impossible.
Yep. So I mean, yeah, time is precious, and I want to spend my time productively and purposefully. And I see here we've got every retrial issue was a losing argument. Her only string of hope was dismissal, and firecracker meatballs and jasmine rice. Ooh, that sounds excellent.
Love it.
Firecracker sounds spicy, so I approve of that especially.
I don't want anything that Ian thinks is spicy, Rob, just to be clear.
Well, I just got sent some steak spice by a fan, but it also includes on the inside a little hot spice mix. Whoops, and I'm getting steak spice all over myself. Well, I'm just extra delicious now.
If Ian just starts licking his fingers in the middle of the stream, you know why.
Yeah, but it's what do you call it? Super. It's apparently super spicy, so I'll have to try that. Melanie is asking, am I near Vaughan? Because there was a shooting up there. Oh. I don't have any commentary on the shooting at this point because I don't like commenting on those things until we have some details.
Sure.
Because the initial reports tend to be pretty crap. And what we often see is like initial reports that say things like, there were 3 shooters. And no, it turns out there was 1. And, you know, they were armed with this. And no, they turns out they were armed with something else. So I don't really like to sort of pin myself down based on all of that. So, but no, Vaughan is in Ontario and I am in Alberta. So it's way far away.
That's by me. I'm probably closer than Ian.
I actually think definitely. So yeah, carrying on here. For too many years, I've been caged in an arduous and expensive legal process. She probably could have gotten out at any time. Here's the thing. Depp probably would have settled at the beginning of it for just her saying, you know what? I will pay no money, but I will make a public admission that this was a false statement. I 100% think Depp would have taken that settlement in a hot minute. She had the opportunity to step out at any point. So none of this you were caged crap. It's just, yeah. Which has shown itself unable to protect me and my right to free speech. Well, your right to free speech doesn't cover defamation. That's one of the limits, right? You've got limits on being able to damage that. So, or to damage other people that way. I cannot afford to risk an impossible bill, one that is not just financial, but also psychological, physical, and emotional. Women shouldn't have to face abuse or bankruptcy for speaking her truth, but unfortunately, it is not uncommon. Now, I kind of called this one a while back. I had said on a stream with Andrea Burkhart that, that the whole insurance thing gives her an absolute sort of ticket to back out. And here, this is the strategy. She's saying, would have been so expensive. Why do I, I can't go on for, my insurance. I don't have the money. So bullshit.
It matches her 2018 kind of thesis on society, right? That you can't beat down Hollywood defending the popular Johnny Depp. The American legal system is broken, and I would have bankrupted myself. I'm a successful Hollywood actress, and I couldn't do it. I have some quibbles with the her truth there, but Ms. Heard doesn't appear to be separating the my truths, the her truths, and the truths like the judicial system generally does ask you to.
Yeah. I mean, do you swear to tell the truth? They're not asking, do you swear to tell your truth? It's the truth. Those are different things. And yeah. In settling this case, I'm also choosing the freedom to dedicate my time to the work that helped me heal after my divorce. Work that exists in realms in which I feel seen, heard, and believed, and in which I know I can affect change. So basically, she's going to accept money for speaking engagements at various sort of domestic violence things that don't really care about who the actual abuser is, just so long as, they're the right gender.
It'll be interesting to see if she gets more of that kind of work, given this particular kind of look on this. I suspect that you're right, and I assume she's not talking about Aquaman here, but it is.
No, I mean, I've
noticeable.
heard she's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it is noticeable that she doesn't talk about what she specifically means here at all.
Yeah. I've heard that in the past she's got like tens of thousands of dollars for a speaking engagement on some of this stuff.
Not unusual for a prominent figure giving a speech.
Yeah, I expect she's going to keep doing that. So I will not be threatened, disheartened, or dissuaded by what happened from speaking the truth. No one can and no one will take that from me. My voice remains the most valuable asset I have. Accurate at this point because nobody's hiring her to act. So all she's getting is those speaking engagements. So,
all I can think of is the head of DC saying she didn't. The testing wasn't great.
Yeah, I mean, you watch some of the you watch her acting and she's not good. She's not good. She's got all of the chemistry of like gold. And if you're a chemist, you understand where that is.
Ian's pulling out inert metals.
Like, it's not that's not a flattering thing to say. So I'd like to thank my outstanding appellate and original trial teams for their relentless hard work. I might be a little less thankful to like Elaine.
Rottenborn was in there putting up a good fight.
I think Rottenborn gets a little bit too much slack because he's on the wrong side. But every lawyer is going to be on the wrong side of a file at some point. And, I actually think that if Rottenborn had been on Depp's team, people would be waving little Rottenborn flags. He's not bad at what he does.
No, he's good counsel.
He's like, I would hire Rottenborn before I would hire Elaine.
Sure. Checks out.
And, I'd actually hire him before I'd hire a lot of lawyers that I know of, right? He was good.
Yep.
He earned his money on that one. He's just, everybody, it looks harder when you're trying to spin like gold out of horse manure than when you're just, handed gold and you just have to sort of show it to the court. Anybody can look fantastic doing that. So
I don't know how much of the drafting responsibility was his, but I also thought he did a good job on their appellate brief.
Yeah.
That was about as strong as you can make that set of facts, I think, for her, which wasn't terribly strong, but it was better than you would have thought. I was
halfway expecting that we were going to see a Rottenborn, or that side filing that just looked like hot garbage. Maybe not as garbage as the amicus briefs, because those were so garbage. But, but he actually kind of spins it into something that sounds like a reasonable argument. And then Ben Chu takes him apart.
Yep.
Because
that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah. So, yeah. I want to thank everyone who supported me, and I turn my attention to the growing support that I've felt and seen publicly in the months since trial, and the efforts that have been made to show solidarity with my story. So, thank you to my fans. Any survivor
people.
What's that?
The little people.
Yeah. Any survivor knows that the ability to tell their story often feels like the only relief, and I cannot find enough words to tell you the hope your belief in me inspires, not just for me, but for all of you. Thank you. See you soon. Now, I'm also going to say I don't think she wrote most of this. I suspect that this was very heavily vetted by a PR agency. Like a PR firm went through this with a fine-tooth comb. And they missed the really funny part about the worst parts of my testimony. Like, somebody should have caught that. That's basic level stuff on the PR thing. But, yeah. I see she really thanked her legal team when she walked out on them after the redirect. Yeah.
Funny moments in trials. Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna catch up on some super chats here just so I don't get too far behind.
Sure.
And then there's a lot of stuff we should address because there's a whole lot of issues people have been raising here, and I think they're worth talking about. Why would Johnny agree to a settlement without a gag order? This is, I think, a lengthy aspect of conversation. We're going to have to get to that one. The short answer is I don't think he had much of a choice, and I'll explain why on that one. Does this mean, and this was not a super chat, but something to address, Johnny Depp doesn't have to pay her the $2 million. From the reports, it looks like this is just she pays $1 million and that goes away. We'll talk a bit more as well about where that figure comes from, because this relates to a very common thing in personal injury, and so we'll talk about that one. Why wouldn't he need to? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's hard to imagine that it didn't. It is interesting to see the reporting, because so much of the reporting is only Amber Heard and she did this thing and she settled. And it's like, well, Johnny Depp settled too. That's why we get Vasquez and Chu talking about it. But it would blow my mind if he didn't settle her win against him at the same time. So you can assume that that's gone.
Yeah. Real Laura B. Same with her post-trial interviews. Nothing has changed since verdict recorded, except Depp nets $1 million. It was never about the money he will donate. He's actually already said that he's donating it. And unlike Amber Heard, when Johnny Depp says that he's going to donate money, I believe that he's going to donate the money.
I think his counsel actually has a snide parenthetical actually in their official statement.
Yeah, it's just like, this is going to happen. I suspect that he's probably going to say, like, please make your check payable to someone else. Like, yeah, I don't know what exactly they'll do with it, but I mean, it's going to get donated. The question of how it gets donated, but he's actually going to do it. Vez from Quebec, so happy to be here. So happy to have you here. It's always a pleasure to see you in the chat, so I'm glad you could make it as well. Equality, I would do a 1 million super chat, but YouTube doesn't allow it. If anyone's serious about that, call me. But the first step will be that I probably have an ethical responsibility to run you through a psych eval if you want $1 million. Vez from Quebec, her statement is disgusting. She repeats all of the false talking points again. Yep. And unfortunately, she's going to keep doing that. We'll talk about that as well. Callista, $10 is kind of like $1 million, right? It's also made of ones and zeros. Hey, I appreciate it. Every super chat is $1 million to me. And my usual statement as well is, I know times are tough. Lots of people out there are struggling to make rent, struggling to afford groceries. And if that's you, please don't send me a super chat. I would rather you spend that on groceries. This is purely luxury spending. I'm doing all right. So, as much as I appreciate super chats and all of that, don't ever feel obligated. If I do a live stream and make no money on it, then I had fun anyway, because I wouldn't do this if I didn't enjoy it. So that's my sort of, cautionary note there. Havoc's Angel, I'm devastated that there won't be a retrial. I was hoping Camille would get another crack at Amber Heard. I'm glad Johnny Depp could finally put this past him. Yes and no. I mean, I'm okay with not sleeping on concrete again, and I think Johnny Depp is happy with the result here, and we'll talk about that sort of as well here.
She is right about one thing in her I mean, it only would have been worse. It only would have been bigger if there were.
It would have been huge. They might have actually. It might have actually made sense for them to like rent a large space, like a convention hall, to hold the trial in.
Well, you couldn't sneak up on anybody with this trial. If you guys actually go and look at the first couple of days, first week of the trial, it's kind of a slow roll until the internet figured out that this was something worth following.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought it was legally uninteresting. It was just like, oh, hey, guy was totally going to lose. So, yeah. Sky is a neighborhood. Pledge of 1 million for you, Runkle. I suspect that's an Amber Heard style pledge.
Pledged. Well, the ACLU accepts that. It's a done deal.
I mean, the ACLU accepts that, but I might have cross-examined the ACLU a little bit more. Like, oh, did you start planning based on you'll get this $1 million? Like, did you factor this into your budgets? No, huh? If I've got a pledge of $1 million from Amber Heard, let me tell you, I'm not putting down, a down payment on a bigger house.
It would be malfeasance. Yeah.
Yeah, it would just be, yeah. New career for Amber Heard, a government job. Have the courts for truly heinous crimes sentence the convicted to a term of marriage for her.
That would be a cruel and unusual punishment. That would be a violation of the Constitution.
Constitution says no. I think that they could just, cut down on lines at the DMV by hiring her, and there'd just be so many people like, I can't deal with this. You know what? I don't need my driver's license renewed. I'm just going to walk. Maybe I'm being a little horrible, but I feel like I'm allowed. LEQOD, Hogue, my son just got his Bachelor of Science from Ferris State. He's studying for the LSAT. Congratulations. And planning on going into IP law. I told him to check your channel out. That is fantastic.
Ferris is right near me. Good school. That is awesome. I love to hear it.
And the LSAT's a really brutal test. It's tough. And I know this because I used to teach it and I did well on it. But it's kind of gauche to say your actual LSAT score. But
it is gauche.
Yeah, lawyers are like, what? And so I bring it up in the context of, if somebody needs classes or something. But there are some good prep classes out there. The company I used to teach for is Testmasters, and I can say that they're very good in the sense that they actually teach real stuff. I've got no ongoing affiliation with them. Like they don't. I think the last affiliation I had was I went for dinner with some of them like a decade ago. But
now that's a lawyer's disclaimer. I once talked to them 10 years ago. All right.
Yeah. Well, I was in LA and I basically was like, hey, I really enjoyed working for you guys. Would you want to, would it be okay if I dropped by the office? And they're like, let's have a dinner. So that was kind of the extent of it. But yeah, Vez from Quebec, she keeps saying that she won in the UK. She wasn't even a party. Is it possible she really didn't get it? I think she gets it. I think she's just misleading the public.
There's a lot of that going around. Definitely. Yeah.
That's
and I can pretty much guarantee if the two results would have gone the opposite direction, you would have heard wonderful things about the American legal system and a bunch of nasty things about the UK legal system. It seems much more motivated by how the results went than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. So she's just, I don't think she's being honest, but that is a consistent thing for her. Sending the gifted info to Twitter DM. Okay, I will check that out sort of when I can here. Law and Lumber, I read this one. So the end of these discussions is thankfully just around the corner. I'm going to talk about that too, because Eve Barlow had some thoughts and I have some counter thoughts. Every retrial issue is a losing argument. Yes, we covered that one. Joe
Firecracker meatballs are probably already gone. Probably already in Rob's tummy.
That's true. And firecracker anything sounds good. Joe D, thank you very much for the super sticker. Thank you. Sue, she decided to settle when the insurance said they were done paying. I mean, she was still willing to fight the insurance company to make them keep paying. So she was hoping they were still, still going to be on the hook. I see somebody saying I'm late. I was on EDB. That's an excellent reason to be late. Uncivil saying, read my super chat. I'm getting to it, man. I'm getting to it. It's
I demand to be acknowledged.
Hey, fair enough. That's kind of what the super chats are about. So I get it. Part of me wants this statement to open up for re-defamation. Part wants her to just drop off the edge of the disc. It's all piffle and pine cones. I mean,
piffle and pine cones. I love that.
That is a good one. So, yeah, she's just she's going to keep pushing this, right? And that is what it is. But I don't think he wants to sue her. I just don't think that is on the cards at all for any reason. So,
yeah, outside of like just an absolute attack.
Outside of him coming out, or like if she came out and did something like said, he essayed an underage girl or something like that.
Or his kids. Those are the things I think of. Yeah.
like that's the worst case, right? And again, that would be as plausible as the rest of her BS, right? But like if she came out with some new horrific claim, like, he killed a woman in Reno just to watch her die. Like, if we're gonna borrow from a Johnny Cash song, right? Like, so absent something like that, I don't see him wanting to relitigate. And hopefully she's smart enough not to make up some new and shocking lie. But yeah. So uncivil law settlement does not require her to walk naked in the streets with a woman walking behind her with a bell yelling shame. Worst settlement ever. I don't think that was also in the cards.
And Kurt, I have to say, I remember the plot line of that particular woman going very poorly for the city it took place in at some point after that walk happened. So I don't know. Do we think Amber's capable of that?
I didn't actually watch that far.
Ian doesn't know what I'm talking about. She had a day in King's Landing.
I couldn't watch that series. Two reasons. One, it was kind of like torture and despair porn.
A lot of gratuity.
And the other, and I mean, I deal with a lot of that in actual life, and so it's sort of like, eh. And the other thing is I just watched it and I was like, I'm trying to find a character that I care what happens to them. And I just can't. I don't care what happens to any of these people, so why would I watch this?
Mrs. Oglaw dropped out of watching Game of Thrones with me when she said to me, I can't root for any of these people. So that's exactly it. I
forget if you go on TV tropes, and I don't recommend this because this will like eat up your entire day. And I think it's like is it the 7 deadly words or the 9 deadly words or 8 deadly words. I missed it by 1 in both directions.
The 2 choices. Yeah.
Yeah. So the 8 deadly words of a TV program is, I don't care what happens to these people. And that's really what it comes down to. That's fatal on this is just, sometimes you've got somebody where you just really hate them and you want to see some bad things happen to them.
Sure.
And sometimes you're like, I want these heroes to succeed. I just, at the end of it, was like, I don't care about any of these people. I just don't like, they win, they lose, whatever.
I'm not going to disagree with you too strongly here, Ian.
So time is money, and Depp has always donated his time and his money. Like he does both. And what we hear is that he does a lot of stuff quietly, right? Like he goes in and like a lot of the stuff he does, he just does behind the scenes. Like he shows up at a hospital and we find out about it, not because Depp's team puts it out, but because the hospital is like, look who showed up.
Yeah.
And he's like, so I think the most public thing he's done is the whole thing with Captain Corey. And that's because Captain Corey's like, I want 100,000 subscribers. I want to get that play button. And that requires some PR, right? And to the extent that Depp has ever done PR on his stuff, it's to help this kid on palliative care. I want to see that kid get to 1 million. So, yeah. Lindsay, you've teased a fun birthday stream. Do we get that date in advance or will it be a surprise? I gotta schedule it. So I gotta figure out when that'll be, but it should be, I'll give that to you guys in advance. Cheers to the first step in never talking about Amber Heard again. May she fade, or may she blank, but I assume fade into irrelevance. Cheers.
Tumble.
Yeah. Farewell gift is apparently the end of LawTube. Thank you very much.
That's what this party's all about.
Glad to catch you on another live. Grateful to hear the news about Depp v. Heard. Dread H making additional comments about her experience in the media. Did D request an NDA before they reached an agreement? I'm sure he asked, and I'm sure that they were told that that was not in the cards. So
a non-disparagement, no statements without consent is going to be a standard piece of a boilerplate kind of release or settlement. Yeah. So that would have been in like the standard turnover that got removed.
And I suspect that was a non-starter. Now people are saying, why didn't he push through to get that? And ultimately there is just no hope. Like, he's just got no chance of getting that. If he wins the appeal, let's say he wins the appeal in the best way possible. They say, first, the Waldman statements should never have gone to the jury. Those are out. So that's $2 million right into the Depp camp. They also decide that, notwithstanding that Depp wasn't asking for more money, like, the appeals court decides to go ham and says, you know what? We don't think that they got enough money. We're going to give them $50 million and a llama. What they can't give him is the gag order. That was never on the table. He can't win the appeal hard enough to get the gag order. The only way that he can get that is if Amber Heard agrees to that, and she was never going to. There is no settlement here that would have been agreeable to Depp that would have got her to do a gag order.
And I would also add that it's not necessarily a good look for him, even if he were to get it, because she'd still be allowed to say essentially, oh, I'm not allowed to talk about my experiences because, well, you understand.
Yeah. And that's the thing. She'd say, oh, yeah, I see alpaca, not llama. It's been a while. I've got a picture of me with the alpaca there.
I wasn't going to correct him. Johnny Depp can love a llama too.
I suspect he would. They're both lovable animals, and Johnny Depp's got a love in his heart. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is she would just say, oh, about my abuse experiences, I have a non-disclosure agreement that prevents me from discussing this. And, the media will say, Amber Heard prevented from talking about her horrific abuse.
Yep.
Like, there's all sorts of ways you can hint that into existence.
Yep.
And
tiptoe right up to the line, which we know she's willing to do because she's tiptoeing up to lines right now.
Yeah. So I don't think he actually would have gained anything with that non-disparagement clause. In fact, it would have looked worse. But he's actually got the he's got the original jury verdict here. So from that, she can go and be like, he did this and he did that and he did the other, and he can just be like, jury says you're full of it. I think that he's actually doing okay. She is going to need to sell this, and that's going to be her career, I expect, from now on. I don't see a whole lot of future. Like, she doesn't have a lineup of movies that are looking to take her. And quite frankly, I suspect that we are going to see a lot of movies just saying, we don't want her. We don't want her on our set. We don't want her, near our talent, because if she is going to make stuff up, we can't put her in a room with people. Problem child. But the alternate universe where James Gunn gets rid of Jason Momoa and Henry Cavill and keeps Amber Heard, I think would be an interesting one to live in. That would be an interesting one. I mean, I don't see people lining up to take her, especially because she wasn't that great. I actually suspect that a lot of her movie roles that she got on things were because Johnny Depp was saying, maybe you should consider her. And, the thing is like, you got to go through auditions and so forth. But Hollywood is incredibly incestuous. And I don't mean that in the sense of like people literally, but like when you see this thing about like all sorts of family members who are all movie stars, do you think it's because incredible talent just happens to run through this family? Or do you think it's because knowing people helps you get in a big way? There are a lot of kids that have success in Hollywood. It's true. Yeah, it's, when you're just like, oh, this kid of a famous movie star somehow gets their own movie. It's like, do we really think Will Smith's kid can act? Are you impugning the good name of Detective Pikachu star Justice Smith? Yeah. Don't you take Sean Astin away from me. Is anyone here going to claim that kid can act? No, Justice Smith is not a gifted actor. I mean, he can maybe play a brick.
But I'll take Sean Astin. I'll take Kiefer Sutherland. You can find some people.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like Harrison Ford is a fantastic actor. He's had a great career. He's full of talent. But he got his role because he was a carpenter on a movie set.
That's not
Like
nepotism. That's carpenterism. It's
not nepotism, but
it's a lumber law type thing.
He's got an in, right? And I feel like that is that's gone away from her. And in fact, lots of people are going to be skeptical. So when she says my voice is my greatest asset, yeah, it's the only thing people are likely to pay her for at this point.
My prediction is someone will take a flyer. Someone will see if there's some freak show type energy to checking out the car wreck on the side of the highway. I think somebody will give that a run. I don't think it'll give it a run.
And I mean, she's got some draw in the sense that there are the Heard stands who will stand by her, whatever. But the kind of movie that actually pulls that in at this point, that's going to rely on that, is not going to be your major big budget, like huge production. So yeah, that's kind of where I see that one going. But so the gag order was never a possibility. The only way she would have taken a gag order that I imagine is for a deal where she would get money out of it. And Depp was never going to do that. Depp has no reason to do that. Depp would rather run it through the appeal.
You think she wouldn't have gone for it? I think this is right based on what we know, but she wouldn't have gone for it even at zeros. You owe me nothing. I just need a gag order.
I don't think she'd have done it.
Okay.
Not at zeros. I think she would have asked for more. And the gag order wouldn't have been useful.
I agree with that.
And I see Harrison Ford is very nice. He's good people. He is.
I don't know.
Everything I've heard, and there's, people will post their experiences with various celebrities. Everything I've heard says he was nice people. He was on a plane that I was on at one point, and I didn't go see him, but a bunch of people did and got autographs, and apparently he was quite nice. And quite frankly, if I was his level of fame, I would not want to be signing autographs on a plane. I'd be like, do you mind? I'm freaking trying to nap here. Like, can you? So yeah. I wish you'd do one of these on C21. I did one. I've done a series of videos. I'm going to keep talking about C21. So I may do another lengthy live stream on that, but yeah. So the gag order thing, I just don't see it as likely. That's just the end of that. Should he have run this through to the appeal? Because there's a lot of people are angry. I've seen people sort of doom-pilled on this one, being like, why doesn't he take her to the mat? Why doesn't he,
I think some of them might be in the chat.
Some of them are in the chat. I saw, Johnny Depp or Justice for Johnny Depp username was like, why? And here's the thing. He wasn't going to get any more money than this. At the end of the day, she's been organizing everything she does to make herself as judgment-proof as she can while still enjoying a judgment or a wealthy lifestyle.
And what do you mean by judgment-proof, Ian?
Judgment-proof, so let's say I sue Hogue and I get a judgment for $10 billion.
Oh no. Good luck collecting that, buddy.
He doesn't have $10 billion. So I come over and I'm like, I want my 10 billion. And he's like, go to hell. Now I have to go to court, because if he's not cutting me a check for the 10, sometimes people are just like, you know what? There's a judgment against me. Cut the money. I had a case where costs were directed against my client, and I actually thought that my client shouldn't have had to pay costs. So I just took it out of what I would have paid been paid as fees. So basically I covered it. So they got paid that same day. That's the great scenario, right? Where you just get that check. But a lot of the time you have to actually come after people and say, if I sue Walmart and I get a $10,000 judgment, Walmart will cut me the check. But if I sue Hogue and get 10 billion, he can't cut me a check, or not one that'll cash.
The banks won't be too happy with me, no.
So then I'd have to come back and be like, okay, well, you have assets, and can I take his house? Well, that depends on where you are. Some provinces and some states protect your residents from judgments because they don't want to have people made homeless. In some places, I might be able to get the value of his house. Like I might be able to own the house, but not kick him out of it. And that's a really dangerous scenario because now I own a house that a guy who hates me lives in. Do you really think he's going to do the maintenance? Do you really, you get all like, I could own the equity, and then he's just like, well, screw you. I'm leaving the faucet running and blocking up the sink, and now you got a flood damaged house. All of these things are difficult. Sometimes it comes down to like literally seizing things like chairs and selling them. And Depp has already said he has no appetite for this. He doesn't want the money. He wants the verdict. He wants the vindication. If he got $600 million, he'd donate it. If he gets $1 million, he's donating it. Doesn't matter at the end of the day to him how much money he gets.
And you do get the feeling he specifically doesn't want Amber Heard's money as well, right? There's some separation here between those two people.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he likes money.
I'm sure he does too.
He's just quite happy, earning the money in this sense. But she's also, she has gone to these steps. We've seen that she's like dissipated her assets around the world. And so she's got all of these, it looks like she's got sold her property. She's moving money to other countries. You know how much that makes collection a pain? You might have to follow her money around the planet trying to chase it down.
Well, and God forbid she's in a Bahamian hearing, right?
Yep. So good freaking luck. He doesn't want this. He doesn't want to be locked in litigation until the end of time. He's happy. And the $1 million. Oh, and hello, we've got somebody who I'm sure's got thoughts.
Hi, friends.
Hey, how are you doing?
Oh, was that a look of surprise? Am I echoing?
Yeah, somebody's echoing.
I'm echoing?
I think so.
Am I still echoing?
Test?
Yes.
Yes, a little bit.
I like sounding like I'm in a canyon.
We'll work through it.
I can never figure out which buttons my StreamYard needs or my Stream Deck.
I struggle with mine all the time.
All the time. Is it better?
No.
No.
I've
actually got my StreamYard set up so that my input is just the mic itself and not dealing with StreamYard, which means that if I do things like if I reach out and push the, I'm guessing you guys didn't hear an angry scream there.
Oh, I think you got it, Emily.
Testing?
I did not hear an angry scream.
I think we've got the echo down.
Yeah, no, I think you nailed it.
I needed to get it done. I needed that to happen. I needed for that to happen very badly.
And people in the chat are saying, "Why are the boys echoing and Emily isn't?" It's because the echo is coming from her end.
It's just the power she has for everybody else in a canyon.
It was my fault, Chad. I'm sorry. I can't figure out how to use my tech. I should know better. I don't. But I brought treats. I just finished recording a podcast, and I have not tried this chocolate whiskey before.
Chocolate alcohol. Is that a popular thing?
I like alcohol that tastes like not alcohol. So for me, yes.
Don't know. I'm basically the exact wrong person to ask about alcohol.
Runkel's been putting Coke in wine and stuff or wine and Coke. I don't know.
He introduced me to pickle shots or whatever at hour 23.
Delicious.
All of these are good things. But
Hope sounds
today,
like you're still rocking that cold medicine life, though.
Oh, you better believe it. I've already finished my tea and honey, so we've moved on to water ice here.
It's
But
rest.
it also, it's because I'm a moron, Emily, and I said, you know what? I feel good enough to do streaming today. Let's do 6 hours.
Oh God, that's a bad
Whoa.
plan.
This is hour 5. We finished hour 5. So no, Ian was nice enough to come on my channel when I did my emergency stream.
I mean, did everybody stream today? I've been out of pocket. Did everybody stream today?
Yes. Certainly a lot of them. I can't keep track of everybody, but I think I've heard basically everyone except you.
I did not stream today. I did a podcast recording. I had an interview that's going to go up later while I'm on vacation. I've been getting ready to be offline for almost 2 weeks, and it's a ton of work to not be online.
I assumed you had to be on a plane right now because normally as soon as you get on a plane, big things happen.
Well, I think we have to expand the Emily principle,
I am
which is that preparing to get on a plane also counts.
I am prepping for travel, and I have been so in travel prep and like pre-recording and getting stuff ready to be off. It's been wild. It's just been wild. So cheers, everybody. Now I think I poured way too much whiskey, but that's all right.
Is there really such a thing as too much whiskey?
Ooh, it's good. The chat is saying even Natalie Lawyer Chick streamed today. Everybody streamed today. It's a lot to talk about. People are like, wait, you can settle a judgment? What? So
you can settle anything you want.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I mean, a settlement is just an agreement. And and I see Law and Lumber saying that isn't cheap champagne. I know that label. It wasn't actually too bad. It was on sale, and it's not but it's not like the $20 like instant hangover in a bottle.
He's not putting wine in it. It's fine.
Yeah, no, this is good champagne. This is, just entirely drinkable as it is. So yeah,
I was surprised when I was at BravoCon, the level of champagne at the open bars all around BravoCon was Vouv, and the whiskey was Macallan 15. I was like, y'all, this is why tickets are so expensive. This event's costing a lot in the alcohol they provide to the talent.
I'm thinking I may need to go to one of those if I ever qualify.
I want to see Ian Rowland backstage at BravoCon. That's what I want to see.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Yeah, they'd be like, who the heck are you? And I'm like, I'm the guy drinking the scotch.
Here for the Macallan.
Yeah, and they'd be like, are you going to give a talk? You're like, no, I'm way too drunk for that.
So were most of the women at BravoCon. The
And
fact that they stayed on their
talks.
stilettos with the amount that they drank is literally feats of gravity. I don't understand, but that's not what y'all were talking about. So
yeah, we were just talking about just how hard it would be to actually collect the full judgment. Like if the appeal
that was never going to happen.
Yep, she's moving her money around the world. This would lock him in years of litigation trying to hunt this down. And yeah, so
he said in his closing, he said, this isn't about money. I really think this isn't about money. It's about reputation and finality. And this is both of those things.
Yep.
It's a very strong statement from him. And yes, Ian was making this point by establishing me as the worst judgment debtor in history.
I was saying that if I got a judgment against him for $1 billion, that I would not be able to, to pursue it in any meaningful way.
And the amount you'll spend in that kind of litigation, the litigation's not done if you're pursuing judgment and spending money to pursue your judgment. I mean, that when you guys say it could go on for years, litigation over pursuing judgment could go on for years. She's already sold her house in California. She's yeeted herself out of the country. Her insurance companies are fighting over her assets. This is a mess of never going to get paid ever.
Yeah. And one of my friends got one of the great jobs at Big Law. And for people who haven't been
there's great jobs in Big Law?
Yeah, let's back up a step, Ian. No.
Okay. One of the
facts not in evidence.
One of the soul destroying jobs at Big Law that everybody fights over in law school.
Very lucrative,
because lucrative soul destroying jobs.
Yeah, they've got the big dollar, pay, and then the abs, and they've got a file that they've had for like literally 30 years, and it gets assigned to one of the newbies every time because it's just keep trying to get money out of this, out of these people. And, we got this big judgment, go get money out of them. And it's a crap job because basically it's it's hazing for the new people because they get brought in and asked, how much money did you get out of these people? Well,
I mean, has
none.
anyone in the chat worked in debt collection? It's working in debt collection as an attorney and just raking up money over the years. It's just not this 10 million wasn't ever going anywhere, and it definitely wasn't going into Johnny Depp's pocket. So something is something to end it, and to end Johnny Depp spending any money. It stops the bleeding of money on litigation for the purpose of this appeal. And that's also a benefit to everyone, especially to the party that says they just want to move on and actually is acting like that's the truth.
Well, and especially because it was very clear that whatever amount Depp got, he was going to donate.
Yeah, he was never keeping it.
He doesn't want to touch it. He doesn't want to touch a single dollar of it because then there'll be these accusations. So if he spent 10 years in litigation to collect $1 million, or $10 million, then at the end of the day, what is he going to do? He's going to be out more money personally.
Yep.
Because that 10 million is going to go to charity.
Yep.
It's a losing game for him to keep pursuing it.
I'm disappointed. I wanted to see his appeal. Has he made a statement? I've been working all day. Has he made a statement that he's withdrawing his appeal, or are we all just assuming that's what's happening?
I am assuming it's part of a settlement. I can't imagine him not settling to end Amber Heard's claim as well.
I agree.
But I think Chu and Vasquez talk about it being the end. So I don't think it can be the end if there's still an active.
Agreed.
Claim.
And yeah, I mean, it seems like it would be a weird settlement to be like, well, we're going to do everything except the 10 or the 2 million.
Except for our appeal. So fuck you. And it might be that the settlement is he pays her nothing in the judgment either, right? If it's the end, she pays him $1 million, he pays her nothing, his appeal ends. And though it had interesting questions, I still think there's real questions on his appeal about that kind of vicarious liability of an attorney. And I think we're going to see it come back for all of those who are kind of pro Amber Heard and then also pro Meghan Markle. I'm wondering if in the Markle defamation suit, they're going to say, no, these authors of the book that's defamatory were her agents. Look, if lawyers can be your agent, like in Depp and Heard, then you can have this. And arguing the verdict in Depp Heard to allow the Meghan Markle defamation suit from her sister to go forward. So we might actually see it, or at least see it argued that this agency relationship can exist in very strange ways.
And that the impact on that. I mean, I don't like the whole agents, like lawyers as agents thing.
Oh, I don't like it either.
Because, the example I give is like my client hires me for a trial. On the way to a trial, I get into a car accident. Is my client going to be on the hook for that car accident?
Right. And what if you curse the guy out?
Yeah.
Or post on social media, this person cut me off and say things. Then what?
Yeah, this guy ran me over or, stopped abruptly, so that I got into an accident with him. But that's because he was on his way to deal drugs. So now I've accused this guy of being a drug dealer and,
or of a mental impairment or of being under the influence or.
This car accident only happened because he's riddled with STDs.
We know how spicy you get on Twitter, Ian.
I just love that Ian has this go-to list of things that he would say about this driver.
I like that you picked STDs because in a lot of states they're defamation per se, which
That's why I went with
the Cardi B case.
I'm going with the criminal activity. I'm going with the the STDs, all the like defamation per se stuff. We'll just say all of that about him. So
you'll put it in a Yelp review under their business. It'll be all the things.
We've got
I did pull up the Chu and Vasquez statements. They say they're pleased to formally close the door on this painful chapter for Mr. Depp.
Yeah, and I think that's really what they're looking for. Rob makes the sort of segues nicely into the next point I was going to be talking about, which is a lot of people have said, how did they get to $1 million? And that's because this is a claims limit settlement. And this, like, she's got insurance for the $1 million. So the insurance will pay the $1 million. And I'm sure the insurance is just happy to make all of these, like all of this go away because they want to stop bleeding.
No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not because they're fighting each other. They're not happy at all because they're fighting each other. So what's going to happen is
They want
State
the
Farm is going
appeal
to
to
pay
go
this.
away.
Yes, they do want the appeal to go away, but State Farm is going to pay this, and then they're going to keep suing New York Marine to try to get the money back, and New York Marine is going to keep saying we don't owe you a duty. So
Is Marine the one that says intentional tort, we're out?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I mean,
so that's going to keep going.
That'll keep going, but I feel like they're probably still happy to cut the bleed on
This,
on all of that.
assuming
no numbers are better than unknown. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
So
no, chat. I meant travelers. I'm sorry. Yes, I did. I meant travelers. My brain is very, very tired. I've been talking about Jen Shaw all day. My brain is tired.
But I mean, this happens all the time. Like if you get into a car accident and you have $100,000 in insurance, the likelihood of $100,000 settlement is very high.
Yeah.
Because I'm fine with settling for $100,000 because I know that my insurance will cover every dime of it. And
does this come up in your criminal practice, Ian, where people are like, but we settled with insurance, please don't continue the criminal case? Because that happens in the States a lot.
That is one thing. We also get people who are like, but I paid back the money. And it's like, well, that helps, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going away.
Yeah.
Especially with some things like large scale frauds. And in some cases, it can hurt you to pay it back too readily. And what I mean by that is, let's say you've got a ongoing embezzlement fraud sort of situation, and you've embezzled $300,000 from your employer. If the employer comes knocking with the fraud charges and you're like, well, here's the $300,000 in cash.
Well, that's an admission of guilt.
It's like, where'd you get that then? And also it suggests that you're not like spending it on something like even an addiction can be mitigating, but just I'm socking this away in retirement funds suggests a level of nefariousness. So yeah, that's why they're going for the $1 million. That's where that number comes from. And she's not paying a dime of it personally.
Yep.
But Depp has also said he doesn't want to put her in the poorhouse.
Yep.
I would want that. But I'm a worse person than Johnny Depp.
I think that's harsh on yourself. I think my sense is that he's tired. And I understand it seems to me truly that even though Amber Heard's the one very loudly decrying, I just want to be left alone. It seems to me that Johnny Depp is truly the one who's like, I want to reclaim my reputation. I want to tell my side of the story, and I want to be left alone. I want to go back to painting and making music, and I want this chapter of my life behind me, and that he's looking forward to more in his life, which tells you more about where he is than where she is. Because I don't think she's going to be done talking about this for a while. And we're already seeing that from her supporters on social media with the snarkiness. If I said this in my my podcast when I was talking to the channel members in the behind the scenes, I'm like, if Amber Heard would have just shut up about all of this, it wouldn't have been covered on and on after the trial, but they would not shut up. TV interview after TV interview with her lawyers, then with her, it just kept going on and on and on. But that was her going on and on and on.
Yeah, I mean, she had the choice to just follow the original divorce agreement of we're not going to talk crap about each other in public.
She already violated that.
I mean, but she had the option to just not
shut up at the beginning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When she's talking about, oh, I was dragged into this, it's like by violating the deals you made.
Yes,
anybody can be dragged anybody can be dragged into a Washington Post opinion editorial, right? I mean, this happens to us all the time.
You're carefully crafting with multiple attorneys in the ACLU. She knew that this was a very, very real possibility, which we learned in the testimony in this case based on how many lawyers they ran this through.
Yeah. I mean, that was such a dumb thing for them to
do.
Well, why are they calling witnesses to be like, hey, by the way, please testify that she totally thought this would be defamatory and then wanted to, try to tiptoe that up to the line. Like,
because it was the truth. I mean, I don't think they had a choice. Those were Depp witnesses.
You could see the argument for, I sent it to a defamation attorney to go get it blessed. This is what a good citizen does. And that defamation attorney is the one that's in the middle of a giant defamation case going, oh, this doesn't look great for my practice.
Well,
I would have argued that a different way. She went to the attorney who was familiar with defamation more because they were also familiar with the NDA from the divorce, and she didn't want to violate the divorce NDA.
Sure.
That was the argument. She didn't want to violate the divorce NDA. She wanted to make clear it wasn't mentioning him, but it wouldn't have mattered however cleverly crafted Rottenborn would have done that, because she sat on the stand and yelled at Camille Vasquez, "This is exactly why I wrote it about him." So at the end of the day, she was always going to ruin this case through talking.
You need me on that wall. Yeah, that was Amber Heard's testimony.
She's the worst witness.
Have you watched the Casey Anthony documentary yet?
No. She might be.
There's
maybe there's
similarities in speech patterns that I could not escape after watching Amber Heard talk for so long. They both default into teaching. So it's like, when you are in this situation, you can only do this. Casey Anthony defaults into that very much the way Amber Heard does, different than a lot of victims of crime. They don't go, well, when you are being robbed, they tend to describe things in the first person, not the third person. And so it's interesting to watch that similarity in languaging, even though it's a little difficult to watch.
There's like, when you do a lot of criminal trials, you start to get a feel for what witnesses look like. And I remember I had one trial, just based on the disclosure that I got from the prosecutors, I thought it was going to be a real tough sell, because my clients basically go, and she's lying, it never happened. And I mean, lots of clients say that, and lots of clients are not accurate. And then
sometimes.
Well, and I was sort of like, I'm prepared to give it my all, but I'm kind of realistic. Ultimately, I think my client's probably lying, and probably full of crap. But, I don't have anything that says I can't put him on the stand, that I'm deaf. It's just, this is my feeling. And then the complainant got up on the stand, and her story was full of hedges and full of putting things in the other, in the sort of general. And I was like, oh. Now I'm taking real careful notes, because we're going to see the inconsistencies starting to drop here. And by the time that trial was done, I was telling my client, he walked in, he said, what are our chances? And I said, honestly, 15%. That's where that's what I ballpark it at. 15%, we walk out of this with an acquittal. By the time she was done, he's like, what are our chances? I'm like, I will be shocked if we lose.
Yeah, I see doubt here. And
he's like, where did that come from? I'm like, the last 20 minutes. That's where that came from.
And that's where you see prosecutors with a lot of experience being able to make those decisions. I think it's a detriment to prosecutors who don't work in high volume jurisdictions. I worked in a high volume jurisdiction, so you see so many cases. And if you're doing preliminary hearings, you will sometimes run through 10 felony cases a day. So you get very quickly a sense for how people testify. There are similarities to things that you start to just see how people testify. So when somebody comes in that's an anomaly, you're like, we're gonna pump the brakes on this real quick and do a little bit more looking, because that is your job as a prosecutor, is to make sure that the case has merits and that what people are telling you not only is the truth, but can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And when you get jurisdictions that don't have that high volume, or people who just aren't good at reading people, it can get a little wonky. But when you're good at reading people, it makes it easier, which is why her testimony was hard for me. I've seen victims of DV testify. I've been the prosecutor on those cases. I have not done a ton of SA cases. I opted well out to do paper cases, but I've watched those cases with my colleagues to see how their victims testified. Amber Heard's testimony was a complete anomaly from all of that, which is unusual. When you look at someone like Megan Thee Stallion's testimony, from reporting, it is, I was afraid. I wish I had never spoken to the police. I wish I didn't end up here. This is how it felt. This is how it sounded. This is what it was. I wish I hadn't survived this. You see all those things and you're like, okay, well, that's much more consistent with what we're used to seeing of victims of crime. And so I think we'll get a very different outcome in that case, but sorry to just ramble. Anyway.
No, I think it's great. The only thing I would want to push back on at all is I was watching this and I was open to the notion that different people are going to react and probably testify differently to the experiences that they have.
They
yeah,
do within similarity.
Okay.
There's like classifications, right? There's different patterns, but there are patterns of truthfulness and there are patterns of deception. Yeah. And part of the problem is that people who are being deceptive tend to do a couple of different things. One, they distance themselves from the story because it makes it easier to tell the lie. And the second one is they tend to tell the story from the perspective of an outsider because they don't know the story. They don't know what it looks like.
Carla in the chat just said Amber told the story about a DV victim, not a victim herself.
Yeah.
And that's what it is.
And a lot of the time they've never dealt with actual domestic violence. They've dealt with stories about it. And so they think of the worst story they've ever heard, and then they make it even worse. And so there's all these, one of the things that you'll often see is these lurid details that don't make sense. With the other case, I forget, the one woman sort of told the media that she was picked up and thrown through a glass table.
Oh, sure.
And then essayed in the broken glass. And I was like, no, you weren't. And when I saw that,
Rolling Stone article.
Yeah. And when I saw that, I caught a lot of shit from a lot of people I know saying, this is not a truthful story. And they're like, why? I'm like, this is too lurid, and it would leave very particular physical, physical details. There would be permanent scarring, and we don't see that. They don't realize how fragile people are.
Because they're used to seeing it portrayed in TV and movies where humans aren't portrayed as fragile as they are. But Ian, when you and I do the work that we do, you see how fragile people are in the medical reports, in the photographic evidence, and even in the way people describe being injured. And even in the way, if I've described being injured, I played water polo. There were times I got injured. I know that. I know that feeling. When Amber Heard's describing a broken nose, it's not consistent with the way I've seen other people describe a broken nose. I got slapped, it didn't hurt. I've never had somebody talk about a slap not hurting. I've always seen people say, I was actually surprised how much it stung when I got slapped. I was caught off guard by that. There's just things that are consistent, things that are inconsistent. Hogue, like in your work where you see things that are consistent or not consistent, when you're like, that's not exactly what happened. That's not the conversation you had. That's not the email you sent. You know what it is.
We get some of that, certainly. No, it's tricky. I really enjoy these conversations because I do sit there. I don't have the experience that you and Ian have on this stuff. And I do want to, as a good citizen, believing potential victims, go in and say, well, this could be true. And then I arrive at the same place you do, which is at the end of her testimony. I said, no, that doesn't. And I'm not as systematic as you two, but I'm definitely catching. It sounds like a movie script. There's aspects of it that almost are described like you'd have, enter stage right on some of this stuff. So I get there. I just think it's interesting because I'd love to know if either of you have had a truth-telling person that nevertheless disassociated and spoke of their experiences in a third-person context, or just wasn't normal but was still truthful.
I mean,
yes, it's different.
Okay.
You get people who testify in different ways, and sometimes, but it's got a different feel to it, right?
Okay.
And
I'll buy that.
The thing is that there's certain patterns where you just know the testimony is going to start to fall apart in a big way.
And it did.
And it's
they also don't make it bigger. I've seen most of the time people minimize it, and you have to pull the bigger out of them if you are the prosecutor. But they minimize and minimize and minimize, and they even minimize themselves because they are so either detached from what happened or mortified to have to go through it. But you can see that shrinking and minimizing. Most of the time there's no exaggerating because what happened is already so awful. They want to distance from it and make it less awful versus make it more awful.
Well, one of the strangest things in this case to me, I'm sorry, Ian, was that there seemed to be a pathway for a different kind of liar to essentially position a couple of slaps and a few things that would be very difficult to kind of not believe could have happened. We've seen him slamming cabinet doors. You just position them a couple of places in your testimony. And I just don't know exactly how you would say that didn't happen. And it was really the elevation to that movie kind of approach that is where my alarm bells go off. And so the disturbing things, it's like a better liar, I think, could have done that.
They could have argued literally true. They could have argued literally true that she felt that the slamming cabinets and stuff was abusive.
Sure.
That it was psychologically abusive to her. There were other ways to frame it. That's not what she wanted to do. She wanted to tell the big salacious story. She told it and the jury went, that story's not true.
That's how it felt to me.
I mean, the thing is that a good liar can be really difficult to detect. And if she had come in and said even more plausible, accusations of physical abuse, like he grabbed my arm and left fingerprint bruises, right? This is the kind of thing you hear all the time in like truthful allegations. It's a very common thing, but dragged you through broken glass is unusual. I've seen the files where somebody is like, because she describes basically a ground and pound situation where he's on top of her and he's smacking her head full force with closed fist into a tile floor.
With rings.
A parakeet floor, I believe.
A parakeet floor, indeed.
I've seen that file, and I've seen the hospital reports that you get out of that file.
Yeah.
I will tell you, you've seen the pictures of like Rihanna with the really serious injuries. You get much worse out of that because when your head is up against like a hard, unyielding surface like that, the injuries you get are brutal. Just
the outside and the internal injury.
And you're going to be sent for an MRI, and you're quite possibly going to be looking at like brain swelling.
Yeah.
And like quite literally, usually those things come with like a neurologist report saying, here are the functions this person has lost. Like, here is what the person will never recover because they sustain such head injury. And sometimes it's things like vision, right? You can punch somebody blind. When she's talking about sustaining that kind of injury, she's like heard of stories like this, but she doesn't realize how messed up that actually is when it happens to people and what that does to a person. And
because she doesn't know.
Yeah, because she doesn't know. And so instead she's like, I sustained this horrible stuff and I was fine the next day.
And nobody noticed at the airport when I walked through a massive airport where there's going to be paparazzi and no one saw. And it's just, again, Hogue, there was, and we talked about this at the beginning. I was with you. This is a case for her to lose. That's very difficult for Depp to win. If she sticks to Rottenborn's opening statement, which is this was an abusive relationship. He was verbally abusive. He was controlling. He controlled how she worked, what she wore, who she worked with, accused her of cheating, all of this. If it had been that case, she would have won. And it was not that case.
And I mean, I was using this knife to open a package.
I just look at Ian's box. It's like, well, it's just.
Wait, are we showing off knives? What's happening?
I cut myself that much.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, I bled everywhere. Like the amount of blood was, people underestimate just how much people bleed in these circumstances.
Did you try Amica cream for the bleeding? I hear that it helps.
I hear that
it fixes everything.
Do you know what bleeds a lot? Your face.
Yeah.
Your face bleeds so much.
I mean, some of these things, it's like, here's the scene. And it's like, I'm expecting
the criminal attorneys are just like, I'm glad you let that appeal stop because we were tired of your 16 assignments of error.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just so frustrating. These things, I would expect to see like blood on the ceiling. I'm not even kidding. Like ceiling blood is a thing.
I stayed at a hotel once that had ceiling blood and they wouldn't move my room and I was fucking traumatized. It was a large hotel in Vegas, and I was with another friend who was a DA. I'm like, what has happened in this room that they've like, who's got a black light? Can we call CSI? Are we lifting up the mattress? We stripped the mattress to take a look at it because I was so uncomfortable, but there was blood on the ceiling.
Well, we dropped strawberries once in Hogue House and we got some strawberry up on the ceiling. So you never know. Might have been completely innocuous.
Fair. I could see all sorts of reasons why you might have had ceiling strawberries in a Vegas hotel room.
I just saying.
Get a blender without a lid. Things happen.
That could also be blood. It just depends.
I've done
what kind of encounter you're having.
I mean, I didn't think the blood was necessarily nefarious. It could have been. I mean, I didn't think it was necessarily nefarious. However, it was off. It was off-putting to me. But I also realized that I am at high alert a lot of the time, so I tend to run on high alert. I was not pleased at all.
I wouldn't be thrilled either.
But yeah, I mean, I see people going, I wish he'd taken her to like the full extent of the appeals. And you know what? I mean, as an outsider, that might have been fun to watch. I would have liked to see the responses to the amicus briefs.
We saw the response to the amicus brief.
Oh, I mean the court response.
Oh yeah, that would have been fun to have the court say yeet. Here's the thing: Amber Heard's at risk of losing again, though. So from Amber Heard's perspective, you've had the amicus PR, you've had the PR of your own appeal, you've gotten to respond to Depp's appeal. So your PR and your version of the story is all out there again. So you've served your purpose, and if he's willing to settle, then you've served your purpose, because what you don't need is the appellate court being like, stop it. We affirmed the jury. The jury was right. There's plenty of evidence. Your mountains of evidence weren't kept out. No.
I mean, if I was the appellate court on this one, my responses to this would be spicy. And they would be something along the lines of, your amicus brief is rejected for 1, failure to follow the formatting, 2, failure to abide by the basic rules of court, 3, failure to articulate how this assigns to the assignments of error, 4, taking a position that is clearly biased and more the position of a party rather than an amicus, and
and 5, fuck you, that's why.
Yeah, your amicus brief is rejected. It's not admissible. We are also directing costs payable, and we make a recommendation that the lawyers involved seek continuing legal education to learn what is an appropriate filing in this court. End of, just burn them to the ground with here is the strongest yeet we can yeet.
Exactly.
Judge Runkle is mean.
Judge Runkle is going to be decent so long as you are not fucking with his court. But
you're wasting my time. Yeet. Tay, to answer your super chat, I was working with LASD in 2007 as a DA. Yes, I was.
So there might be some knowledge there, or
yes. My chat had to hear about me disclosing when one of the deputies came in. It must have been right around 2007 and 2008 for a prelim I was on, and was somebody I had dated in high school, and walked into court and was like, "You're the DA." I'm like, "Why are you a cop in my courtroom on that case? What is happening?"
It could be worse.
It's a small world.
It could be that they were the accused.
No one I dated ever showed up as the accused, but I did have people I went to high school with get swept up into sting operations, the weekend evening sting operations, and end up in my courtroom. I reassigned them. I gave them the advice that when the women are as attractive as this particular undercover officer, maybe think twice. That's not legal advice, and I'm going to send you to another courtroom.
Yeah,
standard advice is she's too hot for you, man.
Well, it was out of context for the thing. This undercover was a particularly
if someone's offering you services for $20 on a street corner and they have all of their teeth, they are a police officer.
I did not say it.
It's just, that is In fact, there is an undercover out there who's highly successful because she's missing teeth and therefore able
I
to.
don't think she's a cop. She just takes her flipper out and is like,
She's actually able to pull like some of those things out, and it's from an injury, and it's like,
How
clearly doesn't look like a cop.
no, there
How
were
do
some
we-
undercovers.
how do we always wind up here with you two?
Sorry. We were telling, I apologize. We were telling stories. We need to get back to focusing on Depp Heard. I apologize.
Yes. You don't need to
There was an undercover,
apologize,
though.
Emily. I'm joking around.
I worked with a great undercover who did high school undercover. She looked so young, and I was fascinated about what it was like to be an adult thrown back into high school bullshit. And we talked all the time. And she goes, the day that I thought I was going to get busted, that I was sure my cover was blown and I was never going to be able to go back to this school, is that I brought an apricot for lunch and the kids were like, what the fuck is that? She's like, these kids do not eat fruit or vegetables. It's spicy hot Cheetos and soda. She's like, I am going to die trying to eat like these kids. I am an adult. I cannot sustain on high school food. But it was fruit that almost did her in. Yes, like 21 Jump Street, exactly like 21 Jump Street. It was
Well, what a perfect
Yeah.
segue. You want to talk about Johnny Depp? We got 21 Jump Street in
There you
the
go.
house.
I didn't mean
But-
to segue, but I did. Sorry.
It's I mean, I actually feel like this is a really good outcome for both sides.
I do too.
Depp gets to
I think
walk
it's
away.
win-win.
Amber's going to keep doing Amber. She's going to keep throwing shade his way,
Yeah.
but there was no way to stop that. There was
Maybe it'll
literally no
stop.
way.
Maybe she'll stop. Maybe she'll just move on and find, I don't know, Amber, if you're out
She's
there,
got
get a
nothing
Nintendo
else.
Switch, man. Look, the new Pokemon games are good. If you haven't played Breath of the Wild, do it. I really hope she gets to go live her life, be a mom, and just close this chapter and move on. Let's be optimistic.
I want the stream to be Ian Hogue and Emily recommend Nintendo Switch games to Amber Heard to ease the pain. You've already heard Emily recommend Zelda and Pokemon.
Mhm.
We'll get it done.
You know what? I really like the Steam Deck. I've
Sure.
been playing Hades on that like nobody's business. And yeah, it's
We
just
can't- We can't recommend a roguelike to her. It needs to be chill.
It needs to be chill. Otherwise, I would say, maybe, you know what? Maybe it's the other way. Maybe she needs to go full Regina George and like start playing God of War, start just wonking on fools in like, I don't know.
Jaws off.
she needs to get into League of Legends because that one is the one that people like just move into their basement and never move out, except to perpetuate large scale crypto frauds.
So either League of Legends or maybe just start playing like Call of Duty, like in a chat room. Start like
World of Warcraft.
just killing the gamer bros at their own game or something. I don't know.
At some point, I'm going to get the full story of when you started to hate League of Legends and how it hurt you, Ian.
I can tell you the story. So Reddit Gifts has the thing where you like have a you sort of sign up for a Secret Santa thing.
Oh.
And I got this guy who was like this hardcore League of Legends thing, and
You
like
signed up for a
literally-
Secret Santa on Reddit? Is that?
I did.
Ian lives dangerously.
And so the guy basically wrote like 2,000 words on why the only thing that he will accept as a Secret Santa gift is League of Legends gift cards.
Oh,
2,000 words?
It was like this lengthy
That's
essay.
expensive.
So I did not get him League of Legends gift cards, and he wrote this like lengthy screed on how much his Secret Santa sucks. And I'm just like, dude, just don't get into a gift exchange. Just buy your freaking gift cards. Yeah, people don't sign up for a gift exchange if you literally only want one thing. Like, it is not fun for whoever.
Send me money. It's like, that was fun.
here's my Venmo address.
That's literally my kids at Christmas, though. It's like, what do you want for Christmas? Cash. It's like, great. That's all they want.
You
I
can
get
try
that
my
right from the
teenager
deal.
that's trying to live less materialistically and doesn't want anything.
My teenager wants money and that's it, but he also doesn't want possessions. He's getting socks, but I was able to get my hands on a PlayStation 5, and I'm very excited.
Ooh.
We're going to have to exchange user IDs, Emily.
Okay.
We'll have some fun.
I really, really want to play God of War. I haven't played God of War in years. And this is your fault, Hogue. This is all your fault. The amount of money that I spent on this PlayStation 5. part of it was because my kids said I couldn't get it, and I was like, I will prove to you,
Challenging Emily is
prove to you that I can do this.
Okay.
But because you mentioned it, I watched the Game Awards.
That's right. We watched it together. Yeah, behind the scenes.
And the amount of stuff that went down with God of War, I was like, this game looks fucking awesome. So I needed a new PlayStation.
It certainly looks better than that Immortality game.
You're going to kill Hogue. He is recovering. Now I'm hot. You've made Hogue unhappy. I am hot. You're killing me.
I just love because
never
what you
gonna
don't
tell
know
me.
is behind the scenes. What Emily was experiencing watching the Game Awards is me bitching about all the awards God of War is winning. Like literally, her interaction with God of War is Hogue going ham on the 20-minute acceptance speech of God of War and some of the other stuff that it's winning. So her interactions is like, Hogue seems pretty grumpy about this, but look at those freaking graphics.
Really
I would have.
look, and then my husband was like, do we need this? I'm like, my teen needs to be well-rounded. He's like, what do you mean by well-rounded? I'm like, well, right now he's only really gaming on PC, and we're going to need him to be a little more rounded for that esports
I
scholarship.
like the argument. Well, he needs some console training. You don't want just a PC gamer.
Yes, you need both. Even though
And
he's
you know
like,
what?
"Fuck you all I play is Apex and this other esoteric Russian game.
Well, I'm happy to give you some recommendations at some point.
Yes, thank you.
I love PlayStation.
Sorry, did
I know
you
people
call
don't believe
Tarkov an esoteric Russian game?
It seems that way to me.
It's super popular.
Is it really?
It is. It's super popular
Amongst a certain set, yes.
Yeah, I mean it also is one that lots of people are like, Runkle, I've never played it. Lots of people are like, Runkle, you got to play Tarkov because it gets into gun nerdery.
That's what my kid really enjoys, is that everything's not interchangeable. So he's like, it's actually more challenging and more realistic. He and his friends are, smarter than the other kids their age to their own belief. And so they enjoy things that aren't easy. They're like, these fools are out here playing Mr. Beast's character and whatever the fuck Fortnite. And he's like, we are playing Tarkov, where you actually have to make decisions based on facts.
They're haughty in their first-person shooters.
Very, very snobby about
the plebes in their Fortnites. You go be a banana. I'm going to fight in Russia.
Basically, that's basically it.
Feel that one. I'm there for that.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's solid. I
had to rage quit Call of Duty because I used to play with a bunch of guys who were on the SWAT team, and I was like, I hate this. I'm terrible. I'm done. Like I was playing with the wrong
SWAT tactics on you.
It was awful. I was like, you are all much better trained than I am. I cannot play with you all in a group anymore.
Now I kind of want to see if
hilarious
SWAT training gives you an
is,
advantage in playing Call of Duty.
When like the SWAT guys come out to like airsoft fields,
yep,
they often get their butt handed to them by like 14-year-old airsofters.
That's amazing.
Because the 14-year-olds practice a lot more than the SWAT guys do and read up the same strategy, like tactical things. So I have watched a group of 14-year-olds who've never met before assemble and do a better SWAT raid than the SWAT team did. And I'm just like, I'm here for this because
Ian, we will go airsoft when you come to Tennessee. There are some really big fields out here in Tennessee. I had never heard of airsoft until I moved states, because surprisingly, California is not big on airsoft. Strange.
Well, Canada wants to ban it, sadly, but so I guess vaguely we should get back to the topic.
Sorry, y'all. I derailed. I apologize.
Oh, I mean, that's what we're here for, really.
Yes.
We've got so we sort of covered the aspect of like, this is, I think, the best outcome for everybody. As much as I might like vengeance, there's only so much you can actually get. And ultimately, everybody who goes into the courts looking for vengeance comes out unsatisfied.
The courts are not for vengeance.
Nope. And pretty much as a rule, when somebody says, I want to fight this case on the principle of it, that is something that every lawyer knows means get your money in advance, because they will never be satisfied enough with the result to pay you afterwards.
It's like, it's never enough. Never enough. Never
Yep.
enough. It's never enough. It's never ever enough. And that's not what the courts are for.
Well,
It's not what the courts are for. Going in to have a judge say you're right and you can't get any money. How much money is it worth it to you to have a judge in a black dress tell you you're right? If that is between this number and this number, go for it. Go to civil litigation. Enjoy. Spend your $500,000 to have a judge tell you you're right. But it's just.
Well, and the thing is that people think litigation's going to be fun because they are the righteous party, and then they discover that litigation sucks from beginning to end for everybody in it. It's like, okay, now we're going to do a deposition, and a deposition is going to be, you're going to spend all day talking to a camera as some dickbag asks you questions that are really repetitive and obnoxious.
I love asking repetitive, obnoxious questions, but I am a nosy bitch. So me doing look, in the brief time I did civil stuff, I enjoyed being a research attorney for civil judges much more because I got to be like, Your Honor, this is over pages. I got to be the most obnoxious hall monitor ever. I was that research attorney that if you pissed me off, your font choice was going to be heard about in court because I was going to annoy my judge, letting them know about your formatting. But depositions were just so arduous. Trials are so much better.
I don't know what you're talking about on this. At my big law firm, a deposition day was fantastic because the rest of the office would get the leftovers from the deposition lunch catering.
Deposition day.
Deposition day was awesome.
Look at the DA's office. And when you won a trial, you had to bring in food. There was always food being brought in at the DA's office. So when you worked at big offices and people won, you would bring in guilty donuts or whatever, bagels. It was always, sometimes people would bring big like breakfast spreads. So we had one DA that brought in homemade lumpia from their mom. It was so good. Anyway.
I like the litigators all with the reasoned stance of litigation sucks.
I mean, it's miserable. People, like, I will tell you, like, if you are the accused in a criminal trial, you are not going to sleep the night before. People come in looking like dog shit because they just couldn't sleep. And, that happens all the time. Civil trials, you're waiting for literally years and it's unsatisfying. And there's all this like snarky correspondence between the lawyers, which is a lot less fun for you.
The you suck letters are the worst, but I enjoy reading other attorneys sending each other you suck letters. Like in the Britney Spears litigation, they attach all the emails, and I'm like, like the Ben Shue Elaine emails got so unhinged at the end.
Yeah, I mean,
so angry.
I thought he was just gonna like drop the C word or something, and he's too classy for it. But
he's just a snarky guy.
They were getting a little hostile with each other.
Yes, they were.
I mean,
my learned friend.
That combativeness is part of this job, is something that people think we enjoy more than we do. There's a lot of stakes on these kinds of things, so you're always worried about that particular.
Can I tell you a secret, Hogue?
Yeah.
I fucking hated that part, which is why I like criminals so much, because generally we could all work together and try to find a just resolution. There were times you couldn't, but most of the time we could try, and I liked that so much better. Civil was so combative. It stressed me the fuck out.
And even when we can't on criminal, it's typically a lot more collegial. Like I've gone in and the Crown's like, hey, any possibility for resolution on this file? I'm like, my client's position is it didn't happen. We're not going to be able to come to a deal because I know you're not going to withdraw. You're not going to say like, we're good. We're running it today. And the Crown's like, cool. Okay. Hey, you're from out of town. Have you ever been to this bar nearby? Maybe we should grab drinks after trial. It's like, cool.
It's much more collegial.
Like, I've had so many trials where it's like, we run this trial, we fight it to the nines, and then we walk out and we're like, beers?
Yeah, with respect. With respect, because at the end of the day, you're dealing with somebody who's been injured in some way criminally and someone who's fighting for their life, and there are constitutional guidelines. When you are fighting over money, they want to pay their lawyers. They're like, I am paying you to fuck this person, and I hate them. And you need to hate them as much as I hate them. As a prosecutor, you shouldn't be that deeply invested. Yes, you should be invested in your case. Your goal is justice, not to fuck somebody over. And if you're in prosecution to fuck people over, go to civil law. You will like it better because that's not your job. So it becomes more collegial because that's the role and that's the appropriate role. You're dealing with people's lives different than dealing with their money.
And
different than family law, which is a whole.
It's just actually funny to me that you describe it this way, because one of the reasons I went into transactional law is I wanted to bring people together. I love my entrepreneurs. I want more of that stuff in the world. And it is often strangely not even as cordial as you're describing with criminal law. And
criminal law is super cordial.
There are very often the directives, especially if your client is the big dog, the one with the money, that says, you know, we want this company for this amount and go and screw them up. And we don't care. So especially in mergers and acquisitions world, you can get, I've given this story over on Virtual Legality, but I wound up making the founders of this company cry, and I didn't mean to, but there's emotionality involved with mergers and acquisitions, much like something that you're attached to, a little bit like family law, I would say, although it's not really your kids that are these founding companies and things like that. But you get this emotionality, and that can lead to these very emotional outcomes. And I tend to be more analytic, saying, no, we're just pushing down your price. We don't hate you as a person. And then
we hate you.
The weirdest part is that you sometimes get clients that are actually going to move forward together, right? It's not like a total acquisition. We need this person to help us navigate for the next 5 years. And sometimes you have to back off your client and be like, after this deal, you're going to be
married.
Together.
You're going to be married.
I mean, the difference in criminal, I had a file. It was an impaired.
Is you all go to happy hour together and enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, I had a file. It was an impaired driving file, and there was allegations that the police had physically assaulted this guy in the course of this thing. So it's a contentious file, and we're in court, and we are dropping snark. Like, we're just like, my friend says this, and his position is clearly ridiculous, and he stands up and he's like, come on, like, we're actually like dropping some shade on this. And at lunch, like, there's a lunch break, he's like, I know a great place, let's go for lunch. So we went for lunch, and after this trial, which was this lengthy, brutal battle, I've stayed at his house. We have dinner anytime we're in the same city again. Like, we're just great friends. Meanwhile, civil lawyers, I've gone in to be like, I am filing something or serving a document on behalf of another law firm. And then this guy hates me for life. It's just like, what the hell?
It's definitely different.
So this is what gets into, like, people are like, why doesn't Depp fight this? Do you realize that he's been fighting a war, and he gets to go home?
Yeah, for
to
6
his
years.
Kids and all of, like,
he's done, and he doesn't care about the money. What else is there to fight? I think all he wanted her to do was stop, and her saying, let's settle, is her stopping at least enough. I think he's been vindicated enough in public. Those who are not going to vindicate him are never going to vindicate him. There are some journalists and outlets that are never going to vindicate him, that are constantly going to spin that this is a wrong result, and that is their opinion, and they are going to stick by it. But I think his story is out in the public. It was streamed. It lives online. The jury verdict stands. 12 people said, she lied about you, bro. And he was like, that's what I wanted. Ben Chu said this is all he wanted, and he's just shown that this is all he wanted. I think it's a good result for them, even if it's unsatisfying for the audience. But we're not showrunners. The goal is not to satisfy the audience. The goal is for these parties to be done. And I think this achieves that goal for both of them.
And the parties are the thing there, right? And I think that, especially for people who maybe haven't followed a trial this closely as they have with this one, that there is often, really, really often, by the way, this moment of, we're not going to get an answer to those questions. We're not going to get a right or wrong. We're not going to get those things. We at least have a jury verdict, because this was done after the trial was done. But very often you get into a situation like this, it settles, and it's just kind of an agreement for pay, because this is all law and economics. You're analyzing your chances of winning. You're analyzing what the benefits are of stopping. And I said this when I was talking about this earlier today, but it might be a societal good to have the Virginia Supreme Court talk about whether or not you can, intuit public figure libel and defamation and slander. It might be a public good to have somebody say yay or nay to the Waldman kind of conceit as to whether or not that works for actually putting liability on someone. We are not, even as society, entitled to make these parties go through this to get to those answers.
And the thing is, when you get cases that go up to the Supreme Court, and I think what people don't realize is they look for like test plaintiffs who want to bring the question to go up to the Supreme Court. These aren't parties that went to litigation to test a theory of law up to the Supreme Court. They aren't those plaintiffs. They didn't do it for that purpose. And I think people forget that a lot of the times things that go up to make law or question an aspect of law are very strategically chosen for that purpose. So this is not that purpose. Johnny Depp's goal was never to make law for anyone else. Johnny Depp's goal was to clear his name and have his story told to the public, and that's been done.
Yep.
So I think people forget that because it feels so kind of manipulated, but it is.
It's unsatisfying, right? It's like the last chapter was pulled out.
Yeah. Well, I think this was the last chapter because you had all of the messiness with the divorce and the temporary restraining order, and then the UK case to which Amber Heard wasn't a party. And then you had this case with the jury verdict. I think this was the third chapter. I think the appeal was maybe the postscript.
Yeah. And then that's where it'll turn out, right? But I think you've got people that watched your channel, Emily, or yours, Ian, or even mine covering it a little bit and say, well, you had all these thoughts about this brief and that brief and these questions and that questions, and we just don't. Yep.
Well, we don't get them answered. We're lawyers. We're used to not getting answers.
No, we are used to it. It's like, if it makes sense to the parties, we can look at the situation and say, that makes sense if the insurance covers it. That makes sense for Johnny Depp. Okay.
The public is like, wait, lawyers are used to being unsatisfied? Yes. Have you seen the divorce rate amongst lawyers?
God damn.
Also, something like 80-90% of civil cases settle before trial. It's just nice. This is how civil cases go. You expect settlements.
Yes, you do expect settlements. You anticipate settlements. So few things go to trial, which is why I was trying not to be, and Ian, this is on you mostly. You asked us to be more generous to Elaine, but she's probably not done that many trials because these things all settle. They do a lot of depositions. And I kept saying her questioning feels like a deposition because it did, but they do a lot of depositions and not that many trials.
One of the best civil lawyers I know got to be that way. And he told me this story over drinks at one point. He basically said that he went to this big firm and he said, give me all the files you guys don't want because your clients are unreasonable. And they literally basically were like, client is unreasonable. I'm transferring the file to you. And as a result of it, he ran a ton of trials and so many of them were losing trials. Like, he's like, my client's got no case. They want to run this on principle. And the principle is they are in the wrong. And he said, because of that, he ended up with like 50 trials under his belt by the end of like 2 years, which is more than like many seniors. I doubt Elaine's run 50 trials.
Oh, there's no way. There's
And
absolutely no way. Hundreds and hundreds of depositions.
Yeah. And so at that point, he was like, I am the trial lawyer at this firm. And so what ended up happening after that is he became indispensable to the firm because every time they had a big dollar client who was like, this is actually going to trial, there'd be like a senior partner being like, well, I am first chair, but second chair is going to do all the talking.
Yep.
And he was the guy who actually could run a trial. And he made bank doing this.
People poach DAs, especially in LA, like mid-career, because the way up the ladder in LA can be such a slow and rambling road to promotion. And it's very politically inclined, as all government positions are. So a lot of civil attorneys will start pulling DAs because they have the trial experience. And we don't expect you to write motions. We need an in-house trial person. You've done this many trials. You've been a DA for this many years. We're going to take all of the training you've received on how to work through juries. We can tell you how to be a civil lawyer, but you can't tell us, you can't teach trial work. You have to do. So can we pull you out? And the DA's office loses that kind of mid-career DAs because the money is just so much better when you move over to civil.
You have to have done cross examinations, right? If you've never done a cross, it doesn't matter how many books on crosses you've read. You just have to have done it. So,
yeah, and it's different than doing it in like a moot court practice because the person that's playing the witness doesn't have the real emotions and the real back and forth that a real witness has when they're either trying to be invasive or they're ashamed or they're angry or whatever the intense emotion is. It's very interesting. I see the chat asking me about my WAP fan. It was sent by a law nerd, as everything on my desk is. It was sent by a law nerd. Anyway, we should get back to the things. You've got a question up on screen, and we keep telling stories. I apologize. I'm wondering if I should pour more whiskey.
Absolutely. Somebody was asking, is this a Stollery Bear? Yes. This was given to me by the representative of the Stollery as part of sort of a thank you for the fundraising stream, because we raised a little over $50,000 US for the Stollery Children's Hospital, which was I was number 6 on the top fundraisers. And that was because a lot of the other companies sort of poured money into their fundraising at the last second, like literally at the last second. But I was top in Canada for fundraising. So they are also getting me a coin that's a $10,000 fundraising coin. And they noted, we never thought we would need a bigger coin.
I still think you should ask for 5.
I love
They were just like, this is as high as it goes. Because
you should get 5 and then give 4 away to your chat. Get 5, 10 coins and give them away to your community.
I should totally hit them up for that. And just
ask them that and say, can I give them away to the community that helped raise the money? I think they would be down.
So, and Secret McSquirrel, my bot, is saying, can I talk about the auction? I am doing a reverse auction for, again, for the Stollery Children's Hospital through Extra Life. And the item is this thing. And right now it's at $9,000, which is a ridiculous price. Nobody should bid $9,000 for this. But the way this auction goes is basically we start at a ridiculous price and we drop the price down until it gets to the point where somebody goes, I will take that. First person to say, I will take that and make the donation gets the item. And I will cover shipping because why not? So I see. So we have to pay you to burn that evil looking thing. Yes.
I think it's an amazing plague mask.
Hey, do you want to look like a Batman villain? Ian's got the costuming for you.
Exactly.
Prepare for next Halloween now with a mask that is one of a kind and guaranteed to freak out your asshole neighbors.
You don't know when the next plague will be, folks. He's got a plague doctor mask ready.
The way that the plagues are going, they will probably announce a new one within the year. So why not?
And you're pretty much guaranteed to not get robbed if you're walking down the street wearing a plague mask.
There'll be thoughts.
That's fair. Spoken like someone who lives in a city. Oh, well, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry, Ian. Can I ask you too?
Absolutely.
So with the Siberian Express coming through, what are the temperatures for y'all going to be on Christmas? Because I was looking at the expected temperatures in Tennessee and they're like 30 degrees below normal. So I was
go outside.
Y'all are more northern. Ian's like, if I go outside, my eyeballs will freeze. What about you, Hogue?
We got weather event warnings. I haven't actually looked in the details. Generally, when we get those, I don't like to look at them until we get a little bit closer. But we actually have school warnings and a bunch of things going Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I mean, we're leaving for the holidays, but I was looking at it and I'm like, it's going to be like 3 overnight, which is not. I live in Tennessee. It's not normally in the single digits. Some of y'all in the chat are saying -10 to -15. Like, at what point does your
It's colder than that right here, right now.
Oh my God. Anyway, so I thought it was crazy. I've been watching the weather and I'm like, this is wild. And
so
I love
Michigan's not quite Canada yet, but
fun.
It will be on Thursday.
Right now it is 26 below centigrade or Celsius, which is 14 below Fahrenheit. When I first came to Edmonton, it was 40 below, or it hit 40 below. Now I'd moved to Edmonton when it was warmer than that, but at the time I was flying back and forth to Toronto on a fairly regular basis. And so I left and it was at about freezing, 0 Celsius. And I got on a plane, went to Toronto where it was about 12 degrees. And then I got on a plane and came back and it was 40 below. And that's really freaking cold. And I was like, ridiculous. You know what? It's not such a big deal. I'm going to walk home or walk to I was parked in the cheap parking lot at the airport. I was like, I'm going to walk to my car. It's not such a big deal. It's not that far. And I quickly learned that 40 below isn't like, oh, right, this is just a number. It's like, this is outside has become physically dangerous. Outside wants to kill you.
Like your tongue's going to freeze in your mouth and shit. Like that seems bad.
It's real unpleasant.
Yeah.
And here's the real fun part. I pull out my car keys and I fumble them because my hands are so cold and they drop into...
Wait. Your hands and your gloves are so cold?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say, you still have your fingers. So.
Oh yeah, but they drop into snow that was like 2 feet deep, powder snow. And so I start digging for these things. And eventually some part of my brain is like, you need to stop what you're doing because what you're doing is extremely stupid. And that's because I was starting to lose feeling in my fingers because digging through this snow is a bad idea.
That's like when I jumped into a lake in winter in Michigan when I was a kid. Don't do that.
It seems like a bad idea.
Don't do it.
But this was before we had all the fancy key fobs where you've got to have the electronic bullshit in them to make your car go.
You actually had to put the key, you had to stick it in the door and turn it.
Yeah, this was just a physical key.
Yeah.
And because I have attention deficit, I was in the habit of locking my keys in the car.
My entire law school career.
So I had a backup key in my wallet.
You're like, fuck the keys, I'm going home.
I very carefully pull out the backup key and I'm holding it with gripping this thing like it's the holy grail as I slide it in. I get this in, I'm getting into my car. My car is of course still
You stop it.
Freezing cold.
You stop it.
Yes, I know where you're going.
You stop it.
I'm sitting there, I've got my car on, I've got the heat turned to max. It's just blowing cold air. And I'm sitting there using the
cold air.
I'm using the cigarette lighter because the car was that old. And I'm pushing it in and then I'm holding it under my fingers and I'm trying to wake them up. It was miserable.
Yeah, the fact that you still have fingers is a testament that the universe loves you. I mean, good God.
Those keys just stayed behind at the airport. I never got those back.
Yeah, we're losing them. I used to take my keys out of my car and then put them down as I would grab my books out of my trunk in law school. And I locked my keys in my trunk so many freaking times. The fact that my car can be unlocked by a key fob that's in my purse or by my phone has saved my life. It has made my ADHD so much easier. My car, when you come out of Starbucks with your drink, if you don't go through the drive-thru, but when you come out of Starbucks, my door opens for me so I can be carrying 2 drinks and get in. I don't even have to push the button. It just opens. My car
that's nice.
So easy. I love it.
That'll be a fun weekend for Christmas.
Now, if there's another car parked next to you, does it just smack into the other car? Or?
It doesn't. It has a whole bunch of sensors. I will say though, we traveled the last time we had a big storm through Tennessee for my youngest's birthday. I didn't realize that they had parked my car outside. It rained and then it froze. So my car was like a bubble of ice and the Falcon doors would not lift because my car was a bubble of ice. And that was an interesting experience for this kid who grew up mostly in California. I don't own a scraper. We ended up getting ourselves to a grocery store to buy a spatula to try to scrape the rest of the snow off the car because we don't own a scraper. Our neighbors from Michigan gave us a list of things we needed to buy. And we were like, thank you for the help. We've not lived in snow ever.
It's funny. I was just doing a mental check. It's like, where do I know Emily's lived? Because having an ice car is just a regular occurrence here.
I've never. I lived mostly in Southern California, but when I went to UMass Amherst, I was in college and I didn't have a car, so I didn't really have to deal with all the adulting stuff. I wore Ugg boots as winter boots until I broke my ass on ice and went, oh, I guess these aren't winter boots. And the kids from Massachusetts are like, what the fuck are you wearing on your feet? I was like, well, now I'm just wearing like sopping wet Ugg boots. But I had no idea. I was generally weather ignorant.
I grew up in Vancouver, and I was lucky enough that my mom, there was a record snowfall for Vancouver, which is kind of like this is gonna happen snowfall for Edmonton. But she was like, I still had a learner's permit, and she was like, get your keys. And I'm like, what? She's like, get the keys. We're going driving. And I'm like, in a record snowfall. She's like, yep, you got to learn how to drive in this. So like we got stuck. We had to push the car out. She taught me how to not get stuck. She taught me how to, navigate all of this. When I moved to Edmonton, it was fantastic, but I moved out here with a car, and I took it in for, you're required to do like an out of province vehicle inspection. And the guy's just like, I'm going to install a block heater for you. It's like, why would I need one of those? He's like, oh, you need one. Like, trust me. Because 40 below weather, if your car's not plugged in, it's not a car. It's just like a car-shaped ornament in your driveway.
It's horrible. It's not going
you
anywhere.
Will not start this.
We should talk about, I'm sorry I asked about the weather. I derailed. I was fascinated about how cold it was going to get where y'all were.
I guess let's talk about the end of our careers, because Eve Barlow was saying that in the absence of Johnny Depp, we're just going to all have to fold up shop.
Yes, it's rip all professional YouTube lawyers, I believe.
Wait,
now,
R.I.P. us? Adorable.
I mean, all of our channels predate Johnny Depp. Yep. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I guess that if we go before Johnny Depp, my videos probably were just like, I guess I'll have to go back and see, like, were my videos just like an hour of static?
I think it was just you looking in the camera and saying, I hope there's a Depp v. Heard trial, right? And then like,
I hope Johnny Depp sues somebody. I hope
Johnny Depp. Yeah. I mean, at least for me, I've been very ready to move on. There is stuff that I can't keep up with in what's going on, because every time Depp v. Heard stuff happens, I'm like, okay, we'll cover the appeal. We'll go back. But there's so much else happening that I've been very ready to move forward. I didn't realize it was an RIP us moment. That's adorable.
We're done. I like I said in my snarky.
Somebody tell Legal Eagle. Somebody tweet at Legal Eagle and be like, by the way,
yeah, you're done.
Canceled.
You're the most professional of all of us. You're out.
Professional YouTube lawyer. He says it in his Twitter bio, doesn't he?
You got that bookshelf? Yeah. I don't have a bookshelf.
Extensive bookshelf.
By the way, if you ever go to a lawyer's office and it's got like the big shelves full of like leather books, that lawyer is bullshitting you with that shelf. I will tell you that
I put up the tombstones of my deals. That's my BS in my office.
All of my legal research is done on my computer, because why the fuck would you do it on anything else?
Those books get very dusty.
I'm definitely not using 2 law books to hold up my microphone right now.
Lawyers buy those books from other lawyers who are they're going out of business, and they're like, I'll buy your book, bullshit, because it's just decorative. You
used to need them. Because all the DA's offices had them, because that's what you had before you paid for Westlaw. Every DA's office in the older courthouses has a library full of the old books. One of our DAs went on vacation for like a week and a half, and how dare you? And so we took all the books out of the library and built a barricade around his desk from the floor to the ceiling. He came back in the morning late to try to get to court, to try to get his files on his desk, and all we could hear was him screaming, "Fuck you guys! Fuck you guys!" We're like,
I want to see The Office, Los Angeles District Attorney's Edition.
It was so good. We had to get a ladder. It was great. Anyway, those books are douchey and I hate them.
Like, I have largely like moved on from Johnny Depp stuff because honestly, I'm kind of tired of it. Like I just
You got to
kind
grab
of-
Rob's chat.
Where's Rob there? I'm just trying to find it here.
And then Chris.
Don't R.I.P. me. Yeah, I mean,
Sorry,
but
Rob.
the thing is, like Rob is doing FTX stuff right now, and I think he's got the best FTX commentary
so,
because
too.
he's done bankruptcy stuff.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like I've never done bankruptcy stuff, so like I think it's important that we get a that perspective that actually knows that angle of things, because he'll when he gets talking about clawbacks, I'm like, tell me more. Tell me more. I've never heard this. So yeah,
We're not killing you, Rob. It's just funny.
Rob, you could always just come say hi.
yeah, Rob,
I don't know.
He's
come
eating
to the
meatballs.
chat. We will keep
He's
the
not
stack
still eating
jokes to a
meatballs.
minimum.
2.5 hours of meatball eating. We don't know Rob. He
That's
could
a
eat
lot of
meatballs
balls.
for 2.5 hours.
But I mean, I
I'm letting
see.
that go, folks. I'm letting that go. You made it too easy, and I'm still letting it go.
I mean,
I
Alec
don't
Baldwin might
understand.
continue to deliver content, and I
Wait,
will
did you
cover
guys see that Alec Baldwin filed a cross complaint?
I did. I covered it.
I haven't had a chance to cover it yet. The cross complaint's fascinating. It has pictures and everything. Look, lawyers, if you want me to love you and cover your cases, pictures are the way to my heart. A good
I don't know.
chart.
I don't know why more lawyers don't actually have pictures.
Because
Like,
they
it's
take
super
themselves
useful.
too fucking seriously and they're not just telling the story to the court. Just tell the story to the court. Make it simple. Make it easy and interesting for the research attorney to read because it's not the judge reading it anyway. Make it
Hey,
interesting.
If you
Well,
want to
and-
jump into copyright infringement cases, there are pictures galore.
I know they do. The
And the
Bundy
thing
case
is-
is one of my favorites from this year. It's not copyright, but it's one of my favorite cases that I covered this year because it's so fascinating and they threw so much shade at YouTube.
The judge isn't necessarily going to read your filings,
Mm-mm.
but they'll skim them.
And they'll stop
Hey.
at pictures.
They'll stop at the pictures.
They will. They'll absolutely stop at the pictures.
Your judge is like a toddler. They're going to read the pictures. So, put pictures in if you got them.
We're humans. We are all humans. Judges are just humans and they're bored of you trying to be too serious. Just tell them an interesting story and they'll be like, ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, they don't want to hear yet another boring appeal over whether a fence is 1 foot too far to the left.
Correct.
Like,
Well, neighbor disputes are the worst.
oh God. I get neighbor disputes because they elevate to the point where they become a
True.
firearm dispute.
They do.
And that's, but I mean, this notion that we're going to fold, I have so much stuff I want to cover and I just only have so much time in the day.
Do you want my thoughts for Eve Barlow?
Sure.
I
Do you have a
I
screaming
just-
goat toy?
The law nerd sent me toys and now I'm drunk. So that's what happened.
mean,
Screaming
I'm
goat?
working on it.
I probably have more to do this evening, but it's over now. So I got sent a screaming goat toy by the law nerds. It's fantastic. I believe Law Talk with Mike is to blame. I believe Rob is second in the line to be blamed. But yeah, it's funny that Eve Barlow is just like RIP. What are the retweets like on that, by the way?
Honestly, don't know.
I think there's a
You can
lot
look.
of quote tweets on that
Well,
one.
because she turns off her comments, doesn't she? I'm actually surprisingly not blocked by Eve Barlow. I've never really thrown shade at Eve Barlow because Eve's
not
going to
blocked
do
by
what
her
Eve's going to
either.
do. She's going to defend her friend, and that's what she's going to do. So I don't
Sure.
really have a lot of commentary for that. Like, you're defending your friend, whatever. I mean, she might have lied to the attorneys about stuff, and then they represented it to the court, but whatever. So I don't throw a lot of shade her way, but I think it's funny that she's throwing shade. I mean, I don't ever take it personally because I don't ever think they're talking about me. I'm like, you don't know who I am. So I assume that you're not throwing shade at me because she said professional YouTube lawyers. I am definitely not professional in anything that I do. Have you watched my streams? So I don't think the shade's being thrown at me. I got other shit to do.
Also, I've been covering the GWAX case. Have you guys watched any of my GWAX coverage?
I've heard you describe it, Ian.
What is G-Wax? Not like a
G-Wax?
G-Wagon.
GWAX is a gun company ostensibly. So
Do they
There's-
make the yeet cannon? Because I've heard
No, that's
actually a
High
real
Point.
thing.
That's High Point. GWAX Defense is a company that makes these audio trackers to detect gunshots. And because they needed guns to test this, they formed GWAX Armory. Now, GWAX Defense is being largely funded by a guy who doesn't like AR-15s. He said as much in his deposition, and GWAX really doesn't want you to know this because GWAX Armory for a time was selling a particular kind of AR-15 lower. They ran out of their mold. They basically wore out their mold and they dropped out of business. And so somebody else started making a similar lower that has nothing to do with GWAX. But GWAX is suing them on the basis that nobody else can make an AR-15 receiver made out of plastic. And they keep adjusting their claims for how that goes. So I'm going to share with you a little thing that I think, Emily, you'll like. That was my GWAX spoof.
See, I keep thinking of like surf wax. Like every time you say G-Wax, I think of either surf wax
it's like
or
A-wax.
Brazilian bikini lines.
Let me run.
My brain cannot wrap my head around guns because I keep putting this G-Wax in a different context. I'm sorry.
This has become this is a trade secrets claim, and the people they're suing have actually shown that they were emailing out the supposed trade secrets to literally anyone who would ask.
So they weren't really trade secrets because they were just sharing them openly?
Yeah, they don't really know what a trade secret is, but I did a spoof video and I think you'd like it. So let's roll that.
Wait, we didn't even say hi to Rob yet.
We can say hi.
Today's modern
one. Oh wait, you were thinking of surf wax too.
Well, sort of. Let's.
He's got a different aim with this.
When I was a kid, we used to use sex wax.
To be fair, I think she probably waxes.
You have to.
Hello, good evening, Rob.
Unless you use Manscaped. The Manscaped shaving is great.
We should do the proper Rob intro. I'm glad you're here after the firecracker meatballs.
Are you done with your balls?
Oh my God.
Chad appreciates that one.
Don't make me start.
I have 4 of these, Emily.
You have a fucking
4 of these.
Yes, but I'm drunk and feisty.
So let's have a look at what this this is the spoof I did, because why not? It's fun. Today's modern woman is active, dynamic, and that means she doesn't want to be slowed down by unwanted friction. Fortunately, we have the solution. GWAX. GWAX offers a quick solution to clear away unwanted friction from even the most sensitive areas and is virtually pain-free. If you're looking to improve your aerodynamics, GWAX is your answer.
Virtually pain-free.
GWAX is available in pine scent, new car smell, and fresh lemon. GWAX is not suitable for all users, not for internal or external use, may cause blistering, withering, and or scaling. GWAX is not responsible for any injuries caused by using the product in unintended or intended ways. So that was me being snarky at this particular gun company.
Do you know how much you would have to know that that's a gun company for that to have context? Because, oh dear Lord.
This was run after a video about this being a gun company, just as sort of my Patreon thank you.
I'm telling you, GWAX sounds like surf wax, like sex wax. It just sounds like surf wax. But I grew up at the beach, so you know.
Yeah,
anyway.
It sounds like anything other than a gun company, really.
It does, but I get it. And it's interesting, the trade secrets that aren't trade secrets. It's kind of like the Utah cookie wars where they're like, we have cookies in a rectangular box. Fuck you. And everybody else is like, what other shape is a box?
Yeah, it's... So, yeah, that one's a fun... We've all got stuff we're covering. Like, you've got the
we were talking about Eve Barlow saying RIP. I'm like, Eve... Boo, we're busy. We've moved on to lawyers who are like murdering people. Like we have
Trade Commission has lost its mind.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you're still only doing Johnny Depp content, this is a very bad day for you. But for the
True.
rest of us, we're kind of okay with just like, you know what?
I feel
I'm
good.
free.
Like I feel really good.
I
right
feel like
now.
2022 is closing out like it was a moment, and now we can all move on from the moment. It's good.
Yeah.
The chat's reminding me I'm covering mozzarella sticks that are made with cheddar. Like life is crazy.
I know. So Emily started a whole new segment. I was gonna say, you started a whole new segment. What did you call it now? What's it
Food
called?
court.
Food court?
one. Food
I,
court one.
I love that. Food court was the right answer, by the way.
It was, and it started with Colin and Cuthbert because I was so tickled by it. And we cover so many heavy cases. I love food lawsuits. I love them. Like, is the Subway tuna actually tuna enough to be called tuna? It's like, these are real legal questions, people. Is the mac and cheese ready in 3.5 minutes? What does the word ready even mean? I love these cases. They're interesting. They're funny. But are mozzarella sticks made with cheddar actually mozzarella sticks? And then it's deceptive because they're actually not mozzarella sticks. They're like Cheetos that are mozzarella stick flavored. It's very odd.
Emily, you fast forwarded through like 9 parts of that lawsuit without.
Sure did.
Yes, you did. But yeah, I was offended at the
I told you
mozzarella sticks that were not mozzarella.
I've been tonight. It's chocolate flavored whiskey.
I see somebody saying that they preferred sous chef.
Sous chef is also very funny.
It's
Sous chef
good.
was very clever and very witty, but food court it pleased the masses.
It's food court, I think, is the better one. And I mean,
Because
I
you can
think
hear
sous
it
chef-
like the intro to like a like Law and Order. It's like food court. Dun dun.
I think sous chef is more clever,
I
but
do too.
food court is just, it's gonna be the choice, right? It just makes more sense.
I let the
You
law
got to
nerds
vote for
pick.
clarity.
The law nerds had spoken with like 20,000 plus votes. The law nerds had
Dang.
spoken. So they were highly engaged.
Emily's making decisions like Elon Musk over at her channel.
Yes, I don't want to make decisions, so I ask everyone else to make them for me. But it's not whether I name it food court, sous chef, or culinary court doesn't impact whether or not people get yeeted for having a freaking link tree in their Twitter bio.
Oh,
Didn't he promptly backstep on that too?
he
Yes,
backstepped on
within
that
12
within
hours.
24 hours. Yeah.
He backstepped based on other people's tweets. Other people were like, well, I use Twitter for this and this and this. And he's like, oh, that's reasonable, which leads me to believe he's not talking this through with anyone. He's literally making policy on a whim by himself without a conversation, without an understanding of how people use Twitter.
Some idea just, I mean, the thing is like, I think fully half of Twitter is self-promotion.
Yes.
It's like so much of Twitter is, I'm doing an interesting thing. Come check it out. And you know,
Well, I wrote this article. Go check it out. That's why journalists are all on Twitter, is to promote their articles. All of it.
And I love a lot of that stuff. Like I do stuff in the, you know, I've started Roll of Law, which is sort of in the tabletop role-playing sphere. And there's tons of people like, I put out an interesting thing and go check it out. And I'm like, yes, please.
Yeah.
Ian, I think you're discounting your Twitter, because I go to your Twitter, like I go to your Twitter threads when I need a pick me up, because every now and then you'll randomly be like, ran into this guy at the store. He yelled at me and cursed profanities. Now we have a Twitter thread about engagement with the store owner, the clerk, and every single person that was on the way and how this impacts law. And then there's spicy and what was it? I want hot wings that come with a side of UN weapons inspector.
It sounds like
Yes.
Ian's art of tweet is so fantastic. My art of tweet is never that clever. It's mostly informational. Your art of tweet is absolutely spot on, Ian.
I just tweet things that I think are funny that come into my head. And this is sort of what it's like living in my head sometimes, is just this kind of stuff just rolls through. Like Rob, I think he was like, recently I was at the supermarket and I was just watching this exchange between this woman who's going like, you used to, this was at the deli aisle, by the way. And so she's like complaining about some sort of like cylindrical meat product that they don't carry anymore. And she's like, you used to
I'd be
carry
mad
this.
if they discontinued my meat too.
She's like, you used to carry this. And he's like, okay. And she's like, I really like this product. And he's like, all right. She's like, why don't you carry this more anymore? And he's like, I don't know. And she's like, you need to carry this. He's like, I don't get to make that decision. And she's really fighting this guy over, like, you need
Did she
to...
scream, "Bring me my meat"?
She did not. That would have been...
Damn it.
But she's like in his face across the counter, like, you need to solve this. And he's like, you need to understand that decision is made by people who sit in an office, not in a refrigerated meat section.
Look, Karen, get on your computer, send a little letter poo to corporate, and demand your meat. Or go somewhere else and find your meat. I'm sure someone will have it for you. But with that attitude,
you might find
maybe not.
more enjoyable meat elsewhere. But and we've got the drink.
He wanted to tell her to get fucked, but couldn't. So it's fine.
Yeah, I feel like if I was running a business, I'd be like, okay, for every employee, you get 1 token a week, and it doesn't roll over week to week, but it's your get fucked token. And,
Oh, I thought you were going a different direction. I was like, that was communism. We did away with that a long time ago.
For a week to fuck off. Ian,
like,
what
you
is
could tell
the
a client to
worst
just
job that
go
you've had?
fuck them. What's that?
What is the worst job that you've had dealing with the public, other than being a public defender? Because dealing with the public.
I was gonna say criminal defense sometimes can be that. I had a job that wasn't supposed to be dealing with the public. It was literally stand in a place and watch something to make sure no one steals it. I was not officially a security guard. I was hired and as a whatever, but literally my job was stand here and make sure no one steals the thing. And I got so many questions from people who wanted to, and I'm like, I am not here to answer your questions. They're like, but what about the thing? And I'm like, literally just not here to answer questions. Like, I don't know anything. And they're like, what do you mean you don't know anything? I'm like, I literally, I'm being paid minimum wage to just occupy space. That's really the exchange here, is just I displace oxygen. And
what was the thing?
He doesn't want to share it with us. I'm like, I have it in my head as it's the crown jewels of Great Britain.
It was nothing anywhere near that interesting. It was like some promotional electronic device that is now no longer on the market.
He was covering Dreamcast
4S.
It wasn't like, it was something like an electric shaver or some shit like that. And they
brought to you by Manscaped.
I recommend working retail at Christmas, selling video games for a game release that happened in November and that all the parents are late for.
Oh God!
Oh, where did you work? Did you work at like a GameStop?
Electronics boutique.
Oh,
which GameStop bought in the early 2000s, I think. But no, I vividly remember having a bunch of parents yelling fiercely at me.
How are they all sold out? You're like, because they're all sold out?
I did not have a copy of Gran Turismo 2 to give them.
You're like, Doug, you know what?
Gran Turismo 2.
Schrute has them. He bought them all.
Rob knows what I'm talking about. Rob knows this season for
I know.
Like that was just aging. Like now I'm you just aged yourself.
I was behind the counter.
I remember that game.
I was behind the counter trying to not be overly snarky, but I definitely told one of the customers, look, do you think I'm hiding one in this desk drawer? We don't have them.
If you really loved your kid, you would have been here in November.
I might have implied that they were bad parents, depending on the day. I was definitely working the Christmas season for that. So that's retail's always tricky, but Christmas retail is even trickier.
Christmas retail. I worked Christmas retail at a sporting goods store, and people would come in and be like, but we're going skiing. I'm like, okay, so is everyone else that lives here and doesn't have ski wear, because I work in Southern California at the beach. We don't have any more jackets.
Yeah.
What would you like me to do? I can't
manifest it. Yeah,
I remember
I can't manifest it for you.
No,
I was on a
trip going skiing. Sorry, Ian.
I was on a trip at one point, and this hotel had like this little shitty store, and they had this pair of swimming trunks, and it was the dumbest swimming trunks ever. It literally had a picture of a clam, like
you're trying to kill me.
This clam they tried to put this clam into a suggestive pose. And that was the pattern on these swim trunks. They were the dumbest thing that any human being has ever worn.
Or they were brilliant.
Why are we here?
Hi, Rob. Can you tell that it's been a good little clam?
It was a very naughty clam.
You can't say that.
It was a very naughty clam.
No, and Ian, you can't respond with that. No, all the alarms.
These are my fellow panelists, folks. How are you all doing?
There was this guy there, and he's arguing that this cannot possibly be the last pair of swim trunks for sale in this place because he needs to go swimming and he cannot be seen in
Don't worry,
these.
there's a sea full of clams he can find.
Give me the clams.
Meanwhile, I've got no swim trunks and I want to go swimming. And I walk in and I'm just like, can I see those? And the guy's like, yeah, sure, these are crap. And so I hold them up and they look like they'll fit. And I'm like, sold. Now the guy is upset that they just sold the last pair of swim trunks.
You bought the spicy clams out from under him?
I bought the spicy clams out from under him.
Oh
and
my
now he's in a
goodness.
rage. Not only that the spicy clams were the last swimsuit pair, but also that the swimsuit pair that he just said he didn't want, some random dude just walked in and bought. And I will tell you,
clam.
Ian's totally okay buying another man's clam.
I actually got a lot of. I talked to a lot of
You got
people about
compliments
this.
on the clams.
Yep, there were a lot
Oh,
of people
God.
who were like, "Hey, let's chat about your really freaking weird swimsuit."
About your clam jams? They wanted to know.
It's an icebreaker.
It really was, and it was.
The
and I see,
clam
please tell us you still have them.
Fuck, Rob.
The sad part, the sad ending to this story, is I lost my suit. Like my suitcase got lost after that, and so I like to believe that the airport just was like, "These are too awesome.
These are too good.
We're just gonna take the whole suitcase."
TSA just
so that we
claimed
can
the
keep
clam.
these."
The chat wants to know if they were bearded clams.
They were not.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around a suggestive clam pose.
They're
So,
clam. They're
They
clam.
put
don't
legs
have
on
to-
the
you
clam.
Don't have to put a suggest. Oh, now it gets worse.
And so the clam top was like the torso of the clam, and it was
with legs?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it was a weird thing.
We got to get the designer of this interviewed. We got to get him on one of the channels here.
I need
What were you
clam
thinking,
merch.
sir?
I need clam jam merch. That needs to happen.
I
can
hope
make this
that the
happen.
designer of this has retired to a castle with like millions of dollars.
Well, they made
I'm
it
sorry that
and they
you lost
sold
your
it.
clams. It kind of makes me sad.
See, draw it. I don't have the art skills, but I could try drawing a really.
Oh my
Don't
goodness.
draw it.
Shot
Please,
of
Ian, don't
suggestive
draw it. Please
clam?
don't draw it. Please don't draw it. Please
Apparently,
don't
the
draw it.
clams went the way of all of our careers on YouTube.
We just vanished into the ether because
One moment of glory, and then the clam was gone.
Rob, how
There's
do you
just-
feel about the RIP being wished to you in real life? How are you
I
feeling?
mean, I don't know about that. I felt really, for a part of it, I was kind of relieved because Rick made a really good point. If there's no more purpose for us, it means that the Microsoft and the FTC complaint was fully resolved, that the FTX bankruptcy case is completely done, and they all made their distributions, and we don't have to worry about any of that anymore. So apparently there's just no more stuff that needs to be covered ever on the internet. Girardi, all of them are made whole.
I can take a break without worrying. Like I can go on vacation and know that nothing is going to happen.
Isn't that the
You
worst
can fly.
feeling?
You
Didn't
can
you say you're
fly.
going for 2 weeks or something like that? I was like,
I'm
how do
going
you
like
do that, Emily?
14 days. Wow. I deleted TikTok off my phone. I deleted Twitter off my phone. I'm going to delete all of my social media apps off my phone, except for like my call meditation app, bringing a journal, hanging with the kids, hanging with my husband, gonna work out daily. Like the amount of work that I have done this year that has involved me sitting on my ass is not cute. So
Yeah,
I
It's a
am
good
ready.
thing you bought a
to play.
PlayStation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very ready to play with the PlayStation, but I'm ready to work a little bit less. And my kids keep kicking my ass at card games. So I'm annoyed, but we're going on a cruise. I'm very excited. I will be out of cell phone range and I will get to get Archipelago like Pokemon. It's going to be great. I'm here for all of it. So I'm very
I'm thrilled
excited.
for you. Yeah, no, I
I'm
clearly
too.
have a problem.
We canceled this vacation during Depp v. Heard, and I am very ready to go. So when we decided to travel, we've never traveled over the holidays, and I am ready. I invited all of my family. I'm like, this is what we're doing over the holidays. And everyone was like, no. And we're like, okay, bye.
Yeah,
That was
I
a
firmly
politeness
endorse
invite.
this
Thank you for
decision.
your no.
You were disinclined to acquiesce to our request. Bye. So
We've done our duty. Thank you for your no's.
I have Googled clam swim trunks and I am not disappointed. Oh
no.
I'm
yes.
just
Tag us on Twitter.
I'm
Oh,
just
no.
terrified.
Are there stacks of clams? Are there stacks? Are there clam stacks? Can we get clam stacks trending
Clam
on
Daddy
Twitter?
Stacks. Yeah.
No clam daddy stacks.
Yes. Rob's like, I have to go to work and see people like face to face.
This was like 20 years ago, so I don't think that these are still on the market, but I was just amused by this
The
guy who
internet
was
has everything.
simultaneously upset that the swim trunks that were there were unacceptable, but also that he didn't get sold them. Like, that is such a weird position to be taking.
They have
I'm
female
just going to
variety
look up
pants.
suggestive clam swimsuit on my work computer here. We'll see where we go with this.
I will tell you some of the randomest things we ever Googled as DAs that we thought we were going to get fired for, but I will not do it on chat. I will text you. Rob, you didn't say what your weirdest job was.
My weirdest job?
I worked weird jobs, or a customer service job. We talked about those too.
Oh, I did landscaping. I worked at a golf training facility where I had to like fix and clean all of the stuff up after all the members that were there. I was a bartender and a server. So I had my fair share of people yelling and screaming at me. I think it helped my patience a lot as a human.
The chat was asking me for a hat. Sorry. They told me I needed my hat. We went with the purple fax.
Why?
hat.
The hair was fabulous.
I thought so too.
It is
The chat was
fabulous
like,
hair.
"Where's your cab?" And I'm like, "Fine, we'll do this. We'll be back to hair tomorrow." I had lots of things to do today, including an interview, including apparently a documentary that dropped that nobody told me was dropping that I'm in. I didn't know that was happening today.
That's fun. That's cool.
That's an Emily Baker story, isn't it?
I got
Okay.
DMs and they were like, "Are you in the new Britney Spears Discovery Plus documentary?" I'm like, "Is that out?"
Oh, Discovery Plus. Oh gosh.
I've done a couple things with Discovery Plus. I have been happy with the teams that I have worked with. So
It's just very funny.
And Court TV announced the Depp v. Heard documentary, and I was like, "Oh no, 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 no!"
didn't
no,
Discovery
please
Plus
no.
already do one?
Oh,
That
They
I
already
was
did.
see, I love the notion that like we're gonna have nothing to talk about in the absence of this, because that implies that Depp winning his defamation suit solved all of the world's problems.
That's perfect.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm changing my channel to just covering Emily Baker documentary appearances.
Stop.
You'll have content for days.
No, I mean, I have some other stuff coming out before the end of the year, but I'll be on
See?
a cruise ship. No one will know. So, all right, everybody said no. The hair looks good, so we're back to the hair. Emily doesn't know why she gets asked to do things, but I tend to say yes. I'm now Googling images of clam swim trunks.
As am I. We are all
I
in
did that.
agreement on this.
Did that once, and I clicked away.
Apparently I should purchase something called a brokini.
No,
No,
nope.
nope, 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 nope.
Look,
nope.
I played a lot of water polo. I've spent a lot of time with men in Speedos. There's something nice about a swim trunk. I gotta admit there's something, but I will say that you can use code LawNerd at Manscaped if you do get that brokini, because you're gonna need that.
A lot of the manscaping.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't have a whole lot of the like, what do you call it? Affiliate link stuff. I do.
Okay,
have
I had
one
no idea
that's-
where you were going with that.
There
sentence.
was Ian.
I had
I'm with
no
right there with
idea.
Rick. I was so scared when you started. that
Sorry,
sentence.
I've had a few of these now. I'm working my way through the.
Ian
bottle.
and I are just gonna get drunk on the internet. My husband's gonna be like, "I thought you were gonna go say hello for a minute," and I was gonna be like, and then I kept drinking.
This is how it goes.
But
This is how the four of us do.
yeah, no, I've got one for antibiotics that I've got to do a video on.
How did we get from clams to antibiotics?
I
Don't ask
feel
the
like those
question. We
two
were
are
talking about
related,
whether
but
they were freezing
not in
things,
ways I
things were
want to
dropped.
explain.
This
I
is
have
back
been
to
writing
Ian
down.
accusing people of having STDs and traffic infringements.
Oh my gosh.
And I see, don't forget to go to Scott Cardinal's channel to watch Captain Corey Saves Christmas. He apparently has done a custom story on that. I haven't
He was
watched it yet.
telling me,
It's
he
on
was
my
telling me
list.
about it earlier. He did a custom story, so he actually wrote it, read it, and he read it out loud. It's a children's story where Captain Corey actually jumps on a sleigh with Santa, and they actually save Christmas.
That's
And he
amazing.
read it on his
kind of
channel.
has saved Christmas. That's incredible. And his channel is over 200K.
Mhm.
It is the happiest story that
It
is
is.
going on right now, with the saddest story going on right now.
Sure.
But he's
It's-
had the full YouTuber experience. It's like he's had
Yes.
it grow. He's had YouTube shut it down. He's had it come back up. Like it's been on Twitter. It's been very dramatic. He's had
Yeah,
the whole
unfair YouTube shutdown.
Yeah,
That
you're
is part
not
of
a
the
real
experience.
YouTuber until you've had that shutdown. Like YouTube has screwed you experience. I had that during the whole Depp v. Heard thing when they just were like, "Yeah, we're gonna kick your stream offline midway
Mhm.
through."
I remember that. You had like 2 hours of sleep, and we got very spicy on another person's channel and yelled at each other for a long time.
Yes. So I just
full experience in a condensed period of time.
the thing that just keeps breaking me is like he does these gift openings and he's like, "Yeah, and I got this for my sister."
We're not gonna talk about
and-
it. We're not gonna talk about it.
I love
We're not
them.
gonna talk about it because
I love them. I think they're great. I love them. I think they're great. And I think his family, you can see the joy they have in making the videos. And I love getting to see that joy. It's really, really a lot of fun. It is.
Some jerk ass in my Twitter DMs was like, "Won't you feel like an idiot if he,
No.
he turns out to survive?" And I'm like, "No,
No.
I
What?
will be super happy about that. I hope he becomes the next $1 million toy opening channel."
Yes,
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
like screw this. Like screw your whole I hope he,
Why are people
like-
on Twitter with people on Twitter?
I don't know. But here's the other thing. The flip side of that coin is like Ian's talking about that. The fact that someone sent him that unicorn for his sister, like from this chat or from this whole, the four of us here on screen, and they said, "This is from this community," that like was amazing. So I don't care. People can be Twitter on Twitter, but don't bring that over into this little community that's been built.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed.
It's I've got a leather plaque sent on his way. It supposedly was arriving today, but I don't know. I mean, supposedly whenever I send stuff shipping, it's
Runko, I'm going to need to
there's-
send you some money, and we're going to need to start some kind of exchange where I can just get all dressed chips sent.
I will send you some all dressed chips because those are amazing.
I got some in the mail about a month ago, and they're freaking epic.
Why
You know what-
don't they sell them in the US? This might be the thing I do for humanity is lobby to have all dressed chip. Emily, is this about food again? Yes. Lobby to have all dressed chips in the US. I want to know who's blocking it and why they hate everyone. They're
And,
Ruffles. Ruffles sells in the US. Sell the all dressed chips.
They're
and
really
all dressed
good,
as a
too.
flavoring is literally just we took all of our other flavorings, mixed them together, and put them on chips. It's literally the floor sweepings flavor.
I don't care. They're so good.
But here's the thing:
Oh, they're
when
so
you've
good.
had
I'm
when you've
not gonna-
had enough wine or whiskey, sometimes you want the floor sweepings flavor. Like you want all of the flavor.
I want them all the
They're
time.
just good.
They're good.
just good. That's the so it's just like it has no business being good because if you took everything else in your fridge and mixed it together, it would be a terrible meal.
I love
Like-
Canada. And the chat just said all dressed chips are disgusting.
False.
Ian, I didn't know your chat was so hostile. Somebody else said ketchup chips are better, so now I feel like it's extra hostile.
Ian,
I
what's
like
your favorite
ketchup
phrase? Like, I understand that there might be opinions on this, but everyone with a contrary opinion is objectively wrong.
It is.
It's not my
it's
favorite
my
phrase,
opinion.
but it's one I've used before.
I don't like
No.
the ketchup chips, but I don't like ketchup.
I mean, ketchup chips don't really taste like ketchup either.
I'm an all dressed
So-
chips fan.
Yeah, they're good stuff. I say somebody saying I thought he got the plaque. He's earned the I'm just
He's earned the silver plaque, and Susan
Express
not
shipment.
Wozniak, Wojcicki said that he was getting an express shipment. I know that behind the
They
scenes
better be.
at YouTube, they were expressing the silver plaque because that can take quite a while sometimes for even. So what
Took like
happens when you earn your
2
plaque?
months
You
on
get
my
a
end.
code and then you have to enter the code and do a bunch of stuff. So it can take some time to have all that happen. And they expedited all of that because YouTube corporate was aware of the push on Corey's channel before he reached 100K. So it was really exciting to see them acknowledge that in a public way on Twitter. I was really excited for that.
Although I also got a real taste of the YouTube help system when I tried to push that through on my end, because I am still trying to get a like a channel manager thing set up, so I've got somebody to talk to. I don't have that, but instead I use
6 months from the time they're like, you're eligible for this thing to like, hey, there's a person who might have a call available.
well.
Maybe.
And the first time I got one, I scheduled it, and they're like, our times that are available are 2 a.m. your time to 6 a.m. your time. Pick any time within that window of times you enjoy being asleep.
Ugh, yes.
If I could be realistic though, I know your sleep schedule. Like,
So, yes, I picked a 2 a.m. time, and I figured that wasn't be a big deal.
yeah, I'm getting text messages from you at that time of night. Like, I know that you're awake.
So I stayed up at this, to this 2 a.m. time window, and it actually turned out to be a day when I was really tired just because of other crap that went on. And so I'm just like, I want to be asleep, but I got to stay up. They ghosted, like they skipped the appointment. They didn't show. They no-showed me. And then I was like, okay, I'll rebook. And they're like, the next appointment is in 2025. I'm like, that's a little long.
That's
Different. That's a different time.
odd.
So I put in a request, and they moved me from that person to somebody who's like, I have times from 3 a.m. to 9 a.m., which I guess is an improvement. Ish. So
Chat is bad.
yeah.
No, chat is bad.
No,
but
chat
is
has tagged on Twitter various clam things.
Art, have they found anything?
Chat is bad.
Several.
Chat sent me stacks of kittens. All of the stacks of kittens after Wood Daddy Stacks night. I have gifts on gifts on gifts of stacks of kittens.
So when you're monetized, you get access to this like YouTube help feature where it'll connect you to somebody who is indistinguishable from a bot.
They're actually really helpful, Ian.
No, they were not. Because I'm like, here is this channel. The guy's about to get his silver play button. Can you like refer this to your public relations people so they know that they need to expedite this? And they're like, I understand you want to report a channel for policy violations. And I'm like, no,
that's
big capital letters.
They would have needed to chat, but those are things you do back channel. You don't do through the chat. The chat is really helpful for the things that it's for. Those are back channel conversations.
Yeah, it was just like, I eventually was like, can I talk to a human? And they're like, I am a human. And I'm like, I don't believe you. Like, why are you responding like helpful, a bot?
But they are limited in what they have authorization to do because I think they are a separate service kind of from Google. But
anyway. But they were just completely unable to grasp like what I was asking.
Because you weren't the channel.
Yeah, and they were just like throwing up like random solutions. And so finally they're like, we understand that you want to help promote this channel. And I'm like, close enough.
No. Poor Hogue looks like he's about to die. What were we? We were talking about a case when Rob came on, and I forgot what it was. Did we? What were we? We were talking about. Never mind.
I think we were talking about FTX.
Into the wilderness. We were talking about RIP us.
Oh yes, RIP us.
No, FTX is going to keep me busy for a long time.
I finally got through all of that congressional hearing. It was fascinating.
Oh, you haven't seen. Have you gotten through any of the stuff I've sent you, like the emails?
I want
these attorneys hate each other, and we are 1 month in.
Like, did they hate each other before?
No, they
No,
didn't.
they just
but
hate each other right away.
The escalating. Oh my gosh, it was spicy emails, and we are 30 days into this bankruptcy.
That's fantastic.
They're really gonna go to town on each other. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun because it's not me.
Yeah.
me
And it's
every
fun.
single case I cover, I'm like, I'm fascinating watching this, and I'm glad I'm not the one doing it. It's like watching a lot of the cases going on in LA right now are DAs that I know. And so I'm watching the cases from the outside being like, I'm so glad it's not me. I'm so glad this isn't me. I'm so glad this isn't me. And I just get to comment on it and just not.
It's
I-
wild.
Yeah.
I had a client at one point, and another lawyer poached that client away from me and managed to steal them out from me. And I sent them a sympathy card and a bottle of scotch. And the guy was like, "What's this for?" I'm like, "The sympathy card is because you'll find out. And the scotch is a thank you gift." He's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Trust me." And then like 2 weeks later, he called me back. He's like, "Oh my God, what is wrong with this guy?" I'm like,
Sometimes
"Right."
you get what you wish for.
The guy had money, but
Careful.
there was no amount of money that was worth actually dealing with him.
That's how I felt about a lot of the people I dated before I met my husband.
The dating scene is a whole other mess.
I'm very lucky. Look, I've been married 20 plus years. I'm very lucky, but we can still make jokes.
All right, Ian. All right, folks. I love you guys. I am about I'm about 8 hours away from my hangouts and headlines.
Host's dead. What are you covering tomorrow?
So we'll be covering the fact that the FTC just brought down its highest penalty in history against Epic Games.
530?
Fortnite for a violation of COPPA and what they call dark patterns.
Oh, is it for the little game boxes?
It's for Epic using Fortnite to steal kids' money and information.
They do steal my children's money. I will concur, but it's because I let them spend that money.
Because they call something a dark pattern. It's basically like you could buy something with Q. You can exit this menu with W. And if you accidentally hit Q, sorry, you're out of luck. That kind of thing that the FTC's after them.
There was one time that my kid accidentally spent like $300 in the App Store on stuff. Apple refunded it, but it wasn't pleasant. Kids definitely don't understand the mix between like in-game money and real money. Parenting's interesting in the digital age.
It is. No, we have to watch that with our girls, certainly, and try to have the locks on. But Epic, this isn't the FTC just bringing a complaint. This is the FTC bringing a complaint and settling it. So Epic has agreed to $525 million in restitution, which is triple what they asked for from Google. It's double what they got from Facebook. So Epic Games, we're going to be talking about that a little bit because
they're going to make it back in like V-Bucks or what the fuck ever with Mr. Beast in the game now. They're going to start just selling Beast burgers and people are going to be like, here's $100. It's not going to be an issue for them.
We know Epic Games is one of those interesting ones because they sued Apple and we've had those talks. And Tim Sweeney, who I give credit to, the CEO of Epic, regularly engages with me on Twitter because we have disagreements as to how he's operating the company and what he's doing, but he's always been relatively polite and hasn't blocked me yet.
And
so
you're
we'll
like,
talk about
make more Immortality?
Well, he didn't make the first version of Immortality. Can anybody really match the glory of Immortality, Ian? That's the question. But speaking of Immortality,
are you talking about a game and not like vampires?
I'm talking about a game called Immortality.
Are there vampires?
I am not saying anything about what's in Immortality. But no, you don't know this game? See, Emily, we could play Immortality.
The basic plot line of Immortality is tell a story badly.
I'm gonna cut off the ADHD that's happening from the other two that are in the top and bottom corners. Rick is trying to do a lovely, very courteous sign off because he's exhausted and needs to be awake in 7.5 hours.
I did.
I would talk about sparkly vampires.
I know.
I am being full of mischief.
We can talk off. But actually, that's a great segue, Emily, because one of the coolest videos that I'm doing this week, provided I can speak, is that at 7 p.m., not a normal Hoglaw time, on Wednesday, we are going to have our Thabto, our Two Hogs Are Better Than One stream, talking about the best video games of the year with my game developer brother who currently works at ZeniMax Online. that makes Elder Scrolls and some other games
nice.
for Microsoft now. So we're going to be doing that. That was a 3-hour stream or so. Yeah. We're going to talk about all sorts of stuff. But Tom is great because he doesn't play everything that is like new and shiny. He plays a lot of weird indie games, a lot of fun stuff. So we'll talk about that. And anybody that wants to pop in on this panel, just let me know. You can tell me what your favorite game is. Emily, you can just wax philosophic about Pokemon if you like.
I love Pokemon Scarlet, Violet, and all things.
Yeah.
Zelda. But I'll be out of cell phone range on Thursday.
That's all right. You should get out of cell phone range, and you should get that time off. But for anybody else, 7 p.m. on Wednesday, we're going to have that conversation. I don't get to talk to my brother as much as I would like, so this is actually kind of a family phone call we're going to be doing on Wednesday evening. It'll be a lot of fun. If you're interested in my opinions on video games or anything else, you can ask questions. We started doing this live last year, and I'm really excited about this one because, well, it's not talking about law, and sometimes you just need to talk about other things like, sexy clams. So check that one out on Wednesday. I do have a stream to get to in 8 hours. God help me.
You know what you've done. You know what you've done.
Yeah.
And now you're just going to leave the chat.
I am. No, I'm launching that bomb. I'm throwing that grenade in. I'm asking Rob to survive the shrapnel.
Rob,
sorry I couldn't make it the whole time, Ian.
No worries. I've got a whole bunch of super chats I'm going to have to get through at some point. But right now, I'm actually going to get through Immortality. I'm going to play it through. If it kills me, and it might, but we'll have a discussion about it once I'm done that.
I told you we're going to have Rick and Runkle play games starting in 2023. We're going to have a good time. Everybody else, it was a pleasure.
When Party Animals comes out, can I come join? Because I really want to play Party Animals. It looks
we will play Party Animals with you, Emily. we will figure it out. We will make it work. And so you guys all have a ton of fun. Anybody interested, I'll see you on Hangouts tomorrow. I'm going to rest my voice for a little bit. What a day to come back from a little illness.
Sleep.
Nice, Rick. Get some rest.
See everyone.
Yeah.
And I actually am going to take that segue because I've got to jump off too. But when you're done on Wednesday, watching Rick's thing, you can transition over because we're going to do Trials of the Century. And this week we're covering the Enron trial, which is
so appropriate.
Rather appropriate. So I think that we'll be discussing a lot of very things that might overlap with what we're looking at today. So
it's like you
check that out on Wednesday.
Sadly, that's one of those days that I'm working in the evenings, but I will pop on for about an hour when I can.
Don't worry, I'm gonna have a lot.
I imagine you're gonna have some ranty things to say, and maybe connecting to a certain fuzzy-haired wanker that is in the news a lot.
Rob, I'm so glad you popped on, though.
Yes,
I had the best time. I really did. Thank you for encouraging me. Oh, I had a great time. It was great. I love hanging out with all of you guys, honestly. And Twitter very much enjoyed all of the shenanigans. We gave them lots of things to tag us in. So
many shenanigans. I appreciate. I'm going to say good night as well, too, Runkle, because A, I've been drinking, and B, I have so much to do before I leave, and we've got coffee and coffee words tomorrow. But Rob, finish saying goodbye before I.
Yep. Bye, guys. I'll see you guys. I'll probably be on chat tomorrow, bothering all of your chat with Coffee Crushy while I do Discovery. Please come bother the chat. You always take them off topic. You're just going to start spamming the chat with clams. I do not do that. Don't. You should, because tomorrow they're going to be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And he's like, "Clams, clams." All right. But anyways, good night, guys. Thanks for seeing me. Good night, Ian. Yes. Thank you for having me on. I should go, and I need to go pack. But tomorrow,
thank you. I was about to say, I've got a whole bunch of super chats, and I was about to say, you probably don't want to stick around for the whole reading of the super chats. But
I want to stick around, but you'll never finish them, and we will ADHD for another hour, and that's not helpful for anyone because I need to copy and cursey words tomorrow to talk about Depp v. Heard, and then I've got podcast recordings. What time is that for everybody? 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is Coffee and Cursey. So you can go from like Hogue to me to like whoever else. We kind of like just handle the morning for you. So I'm gonna try, but just to be honest, my sleep schedule right now. No, you should be messed up. Don't worry about it at all. I'm probably gonna be asleep, but I will catch that on the replay crew.
Everybody loves the replay crew, with your channel. It is a good.
I love Replay Crew, and it's my last stream for 2022. This is my second to last stream for 2022. Tomorrow is my last stream for the year, and I have not taken this much time off in recent memory, and I am just nervous. I'm going to miss my chat. I'm thrilled, but so much is happening. Everybody needs to chill. It's the holidays. Stop working. Let's all just have a drink and calm down and go on break.
Before you go, did you ever watch Firefly?
I watched some of Firefly, but it's been a very long time. I am much more of a Whovian.
I have a Stars Without Number game on Roll of Law.
Mhm.
And so if you are ever inclined to try Stars Without Number, which is another role-playing game, there is always a space for you. No
All right.
pressure,
I
but there's always
I love getting to play games. I have been very much considering. I will hop around and play games. We will definitely do. We need to watch Legally Blonde though first.
We do that. Oh my
We
God,
need
that's
to
going
do
to
that
happen.
very soon in the new year. So we will
Yes.
absolutely do that on your channel. We'll figure out how to do it. You'll tell me because I have no idea. And we will pick a date and we'll watch Legally Blonde.
The only exposure I've had to Legally Blonde was seeing the reference on Wednesday. And I was just like, I got to watch this. And I'm probably going to have the same reaction as Wednesday on that one. Like, this is a fantastic horror movie.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think you'll enjoy it. So go to your super chats. Chat, thank you for being such a welcoming host. We're going to start some kind of a smuggling ring for all Joe's chips and have a good holiday. My voice, have a good holidays. I will talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Thank you very much for joining us.
Cheers. Enjoy the champs.
Cheers. All right. So I think we've covered all of the sort of critical stuff, although I will address questions if people have questions, but we got a ton of super chats here. So I see Nurse Jojo Depp is directly involved with Make-A-Wish, right? Yes. He has been involved with a bunch of Make-A-Wish stuff, and he has been an active Make-A-Wish participant, I understand, for some time. He's one of those guys who just so some celebrities kind of like not so much. He's like one of those guys who seems to be contacting Make-A-Wish and being like, send me stuff, I am happy to do it. So I think that's pretty awesome. I see a question of Runkle, what have you been drinking? Champagne. And this is actual champagne as opposed to just sparkling wine. It's pretty tasty. Also think he didn't push for a gag / DNA as would be fun as silencing her. Yep. Same with money. He's done nothing. She says he used the legal system for. Yep, absolutely. I think it's a good PR move. He can say, like, I got the money. It's being donated. I am not making a profit on this. It is purely just going to, I suspect he's going to give it to the Children's Hospital, but I can't say for certain. We'll see. I don't know where he's going to send that. Johnny Depp sent Corey a PS5, apparently. He did indeed. That was confirmed on the channel, and watch the video. Go, if you haven't subscribed to Captain Corey, you should check it out, and subscribe. But yeah, you can see the moment when Captain Corey gets this and is completely sort of overwhelmed by it. It's really, really heartwarming. And I see, yes, he's active in hospital. Johnny Depp is one of those celebrities who's, when he's in town, will contact the hospital and be like, hey, can I drop by and just, cheer up sick kids? It's fan-freaking-tastic. I love to see it. Ian, what do you think about for a name? The name, the Runkle Snarks? What do you think, chat? Are you guys the Runkle Snarks? I'm okay with that one. That one's better than some of the other suggestions I've seen. So chat, let me know. I feel like Snarks or Runkletarians, either of those are a good option, but you know what? Let me see if I can set up a poll. I'm just going to throw up a little poll here if I can. Start a poll. Chat name. Snarks. Runkletarians. Pull away. All right, there we go. And I see somebody saying I should have put Runkle Stiltskins. I should have. Oh, well. Have I talked about the timing of Amber's release? That's a good point. Amber's release seems to be timed to line up with Captain Corey. And this is really kind of cynical. Because ultimately, I mean, Johnny Depp is getting some good press with the Captain Corey stuff, but that's not what he's there for. I mean, he's having these communications personally with a sick kid, right? And he's doing his best to cheer this kid up. Why wouldn't he? So I feel like this really feels ugly, but the timing does seem right. It's really weird. I mean, I expected a settlement. I actually commented on this with Andrea Burkhart. I actually thought that this was a very real possibility that we would see a settlement. But normally lawyers don't do a lot before Christmas. Normally this is kind of like wind down and just kind of coast time. Unless you're in family law or criminal law, in which case it is a ton of like getting people access or getting people bail. So it's weird. I see acknowledge me. Sorry, just Sarah. So I can thank you both. So glad I found Law 2 because of this case. And I finally got to play D&D for the first time at 50. Awesome. Thanks to Lawyers and Dragons. Hope your holidays are wonderful. I'm going to send Hogue a message just so that he catches that one, because I think that is awesome. I see a question here. What does of the Bailey mean in Runkle of the Bailey? It's a reference to Rumpole of the Bailey, which is a great show. So thanks for explaining about the gag order. You're right. She'd make it seem like he was taking her voice and that it was further abuse. Yeah. She would spin this against him, and I don't think it would really work out in his favor. I guess Johnny Depp would end up settling. He proved his point, and that's all he ever wanted. I also kind of figured he would never get her to pay the whole $8 million, not after everything he said in court. They're not going to shake that out. Like, they're just not going to get that sorted out. I see. So why is court being conducted via Zoom these days? It should have been, a lot of stuff should have been done by a Zoom a long time ago, because quite frankly, a lot of stuff doesn't need a personal appearance, but for the stuff that does, you show up in person. All right. Since we've confirmed Rob would still house Ian while Ian sues, my new favorite thing is figuring out if any given friend that Ian poses that hypothetical would put him up or not. I actually think a lot of my friends would be like, hey, you're suing me, but I'll still, you can still stay here. I feel bad because I don't actually have guest space. I'm in a very small house. So, yeah. I wonder if the other part of no NDA is it would let Amber Heard say she was silenced. Yep. And she still might break it. Yep. She broke her previous agreement. And then Johnny Depp is stuck in the same spot. Yeah, you can sue her over the breach of the NDA. Does he want to be back in a lawsuit? No, he doesn't. Better to use defamation laws already in place. And yes, that's one thing. Is like there's no gag order, but he can sue her for defamation if he wants, if she redefames him. So that's certainly an option. Okay, so no NDA. As we see with Meghan Markle and Amber, you can't contain a narcissist or what they say. There will always be her truth and the truth. Thanks. Yep, that's exactly it. You can't keep these people down. Money to get Emily's opinion on Big Ang's red wine with cream soda. I will message her to see because that is a good question. I'm just typing that out here. All right. I've sent a message to Emily to ask her that question. I don't expect to get an answer tonight, but we will see what we can do. I see Runkettes. And whoops, a good question here of folks, have you liked this stream yet? Yes, if you haven't liked the stream, like the stream. It does help with the YouTube-y things, and I appreciate that. All right, so Ian, that isn't cheap champagne. I know that label. It's not expensive champagne either, because they had champagne that was like hundreds of dollars at the liquor store I went to. And I don't buy $100 stuff just to drink it. It's decent. I mean, it's, was $50. I'll just lay that out on the table. That was a $50 bottle. And I'm going to drink it myself. My wife will probably be like, hey, you owe me a bottle. Y'all keep using that word she pays. I don't think it means what you think it means. Yeah, her insurance company is going to pay this. She's going to be out nothing. Amber Heard last seen watering Sunset Boulevard, mumbling, I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille. No, not ready. My dog stepped on a bee. Classic. That's pretty awesome. If only she could just keep quiet and go away. Speaking as a woman, I don't need a narcissistic liar saying she's speaking on my behalf. I think if she had the ability to just keep quiet and go away, she would have done that a long time ago rather than picking this fight. I wish, but I don't see it. Mr. N or Mr. RN, thank you for the super sticker. I see Hunter saying, is this how to grift? I just started a small business offering customizable blankets, towels, etc., all made in the USA. The site is Artifeed if interested. I'm going to check that out. Maybe you guys should too, but how to create custom blankets. That's an interesting thing. I will have to check that out. I see a suggestion of Runk Stars. So lots of good options there. I see you don't buy $100 stuff just to drink it. Well, what do you do with it? Usually it's leather. Like a side of leather being $100 is fairly common. So I'll make it into stuff. Every Amber Heard stand was dead set on her winning her appeal, proving error by judge and jury. Now they can go on believing. It feels incomplete. Yep. But the thing is, those Amber Heard stands weren't going to change their mind no matter what happened. If Depp won the appeal with the strongest language from the appellate court, they'd just say, shows the court is biased. Court hates women. And that's it. That's what we would be stuck with. Emily, you are smart, beautiful, and a pleasure to listen to. Runkle and Hogue, you are also smart, and thanks for all. I don't know if I should feel slighted about not being beautiful and a pleasure to listen to, but thank you very much. Emily is amazing. I am a huge fan. It feels weird being like a content creator and also being like, I am a huge fan of other content creator. I'm always a little bit starstruck whenever she's around. So mentioning the three of you together covering this, it feels like Christmas came early. Happy holidays to all. We also got Rob in later, which was fantastic. It feels like Christmas to me to have all of those people on my stream and just being able to hang out. She turned me into a newt, but I got better. I feel like that's the level her claims are on. Could you guys speak to the concern that they brought up that if some people feel like if they don't document enough, they won't be believed? Most abuse claims do not have detailed documentation. And in fact, it's unusual when somebody's got a whole lot of documentation. But when you have a whole lot of documentation, we expect that the documentation is going to show the critical bits. Like if you detail every time that your abuser left the toilet seat up, but you have no documentation to show that they supposedly beat you, then we're going to have some questions about that second thing, because how did you manage to get a picture every time they left the toilet seat up and no pictures when they supposedly beat you black and blue, right? So that's sort of the twist, the flip side of this. Most domestic cases have no documentation. That's That's just kind of the way they run usually. No pictures, no anything. It's just he said, she said. There are so many blood vessels in the face. Yeah. If you get a cut on the face, it will bleed like you would not believe. You get people with little tiny cuts that when they're finally dressed and stitched are like, a 1/4 inch long, and they bleed and soak through their shirt. So it's this whole notion that she was getting punched repeatedly in the face and no real blood is a big deal. This one we covered. Emily, did you? She indicated that she did, so you might have met Emily. Ian, bring on the spicy court responses. I am a huge fan of judicial snark. Love it. Just love to see it. Wish I could see more. JD's character, consistent, how he treated his abusive mom. He's just a kind person that wants to move on and is kind. Unlike a lot of us. Better person than me. Better person than me, too. I, in his situation, would want to take her to the mat. I would be just going to town being like, I will seize every asset you've ever had. I will just, I think he's a better person than a lot of us. What bothers me, though, is that what Amber Heard put out today seemed like another defamation against Johnny. Am I wrong? I think it is. It's just, at this point, I think her ability to cause him damage has been greatly minimized because he's got this verdict. That because he's got this verdict, it has really limited her ability to actually hurt him with her lies. Because we know who she is now. No, please keep telling the stories. I'm a fan of telling stories. Vampire Survivors, ready to get into roguelike. I haven't tried it yet. I've seen that Uncivil plays that one, and I will have to try it at some point. League of Legends is less toxic than Amber, which is a really strong indictment of Amber. Ouch. Weinstein found guilty? Yes. On some counts. I think it wasn't all counts, but yeah, I might have to cover that one, or I got to figure out what I want to cover because there's a lot of stuff out there. And I just have so many hours in the day. I love first-person shooters, but until they make a bulletproof TV screen, I find it a very expensive hobby. I love the sense of humor. Always appreciate seeing the comments in chat, Professor of Logic. So, yeah. Would it have been possible to enforce a cease and desist on Amber's continued defamation in the settlement? Would it be worth it? She's going to violate it, and then he's got to sue. And then he's got to, does he really want to be stuck in litigation until he dies? I don't. Sometimes you got to realize that there's just somebody who's completely unmanageable. And all you can do is just kind of, he's kind of taken the legs out from under her. So I also see nominations for the Runkle Tears and Runkle's Randos. I got to do a proper poll sometime. So, the FTX attorneys hate each other, and we're just 1 month in. Those emails are amazing. Seriously, check out Rob's channel, Law and Lumber, for the coverage there, because he's got some great coverage of the fire that they have been throwing at each other. Eliza K, thank you very much. Thank you for all of your Depp Heard coverage. Here's to the next trial. Absolutely. At the end of the day, I'm glad to see the end of this one. As much as it's been sort of good to me, my channel grew a bunch as a result of it. I met a whole bunch of really good people. And at the end of the day, that's really what I like. I love the community that we've built up. I love the chat that I've got. I'm really, I'm just really blown away by that sort of thing. And but I wasn't a huge Johnny Depp fan going into this. I wasn't any of that. I'm just, I watched some of his movies, but not all of them. I wasn't a religious watcher or anything like that. And at the end of the day, I was just like, I am becoming more of a fan because of what he's gone through and because of, how he survived and because of how he conducted himself. So, I want him to have peace. I want him to know a good life. I mean, he's had a great life, right? But I want him to just have some peace. I feel like that's only fair here. And I see there's a good comment here about I recorded hundreds of hours of audio trying to catch my abuser's outbursts. It's not like you can schedule an appointment for the nastiness. Absolutely true. I see. Sorry, Runkletarians is weird. That is fair. It was kind of an intentionally. It's a joke idea, right? So, all right. So we see. I went into intellectual property because I'd started in immigration and didn't want to be responsible for people's lives. Losing a corporation's money was fine, though. I agree with this. Immigration is tough. Like, because if you lose, you're basically somebody's getting kicked out of the country and maybe going to a country where like people get killed. I don't know that I could do immigration law. Criminal law is in some ways much easier. Guys going to jail for, 20 years. Oh, well, shouldn't have done the crime, but yeah. A young Miss Depp can act. I haven't actually seen her acting, but wouldn't surprise me. She's had some good teachers there. What about Johnny's appeal over lawyer statement? I think that'll probably. I mean, I can't see that not being part of the settlement here. So that seems to me to make sense. Ian, yeah, but you're the most Canadian to ever Canadian. It's not really the same. I don't even feel like I'm particularly nice, but people say I am, so okay. Yeah. I see here, any of y'all going to be covering the retrial of Wisconsin and Mark Jensen, aka the antifreeze murder case from 1998. Retrial starts in January. That's super interesting, as I'm going to have to look that up. So I will look that up, but I can't make a promise as to what it'll be. I see. I vote a group of Runkletarians is a snarkasm. I like that. That's that's kind of amusing. Who had the best long game? I think this is for Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. I feel like Depp comes out ahead in this one. At the end of the day, I feel like Depp is the one who is who's the winner overall. And so I feel like that's him. New York Times headline: Los Angeles jury finds Harvey Weinstein guilty of bad things in mixed verdict. I want to look into that one in a little bit more detail, but yeah. And I see a Cheryl C with a bit of a spicy comment. And the only film Amber Heard has ever been in and been halfway decent was Zombieland. Then again, she was basically playing herself in that one. Ouch. And not wrong. So, yeah. Playing catch up, but y'all are the best thing ever. Well, thank you. Great group. Reminder, not tax advice, but sometimes donations before December 31st can be beneficial for tax purposes. Not tax advice. Talk to your CPAs. So, yep. Eliquad, go blue. I suspect that's a reference for Hogue there. And question, I'm all caught up with the stream. IRT, was that a plague mask or a Balenciaga product placement? That is a plague mask. We're not doing any of the Balenciaga stuff here. So, what is it? Rob was doing streams before Depp. It's just that they were in the woods with handmade puppets for the forest creatures. You know what? I'm going to say yes, that's true. We're going with that. If y'all are tired of Depp be heard, yet it generates content/revenue, do you think you're being hypocritical? Second point, why do you say impartiality is boring? when the backstories are sometimes the most fun. Divorces. I mean, I don't think it's hypocritical to say, hey, it generates contents and revenue, and I would like to move on to other things. I mean, Ricada has a point of basically YouTube, you can make money on. Once you've got sort of a certain following, and at the end of the day, it's what you put into it. There's going to be other topics, and I like to imagine that I'm interesting on other topics. Like when I talk about GWAX, maybe there's less people who know about it, but hopefully my commentary is interesting. I don't think it's unfair to say I kind of hope that there's peace for some of these people, that they, and in some ways it's precisely because it's brought me content and so forth that I'm just like, I hope you're okay. I feel bad if I'm just like, hey, I've made all this money and you're miserable. So, yeah. And why do I say impartiality is boring when the backstories are sometimes the most fun? I don't know about impartiality being boring. I don't know about that one. I'm not sure what that refers to. So I work at a fire department. Never ceases to amaze me how many neighbor disputes try to weaponize the fire department. I mean, neighbor disputes get feisty and they try to weaponize everything. Will there be another Lawyers and Dragons? Yes, it'll be in the new year. I will insist because it is awesome. For later, Runkle, please. No wine and cola, red sangria, cheap red, random alcohol, fruit juice, and chopped fresh fruits. Add mulled spices and heat for winter. Sangria is awesome, but it's so much work. Like, I like, this champagne. I opened a bottle. I put it in a glass. I put it in my mouth. That's really convenient. So I still think the Arrogant Worms is a fabulous name. It is, but it's taken. I can't steal that. And I see David was in the chat earlier. Correct. And yeah. Whoop, that one I just covered. The U.S. has 1.5 billion pounds of cheese in a cave in Missouri. I kind of want to run like in a role-playing game that is just a heist about the Missouri cheese cave. I feel like that's a thing I should do sometime. Would anybody be down to watch a Missouri cheese cave heist for a role-playing game? Wouldn't we rather someone who makes changes on the fly but is willing to roll back if the community is upset versus someone who never listens to the community? This is, I think, with reference to Elon Musk. I think that we should have... I would like to see some thoughtfulness about the changes, but also listening to the community. I feel like the two of those things should go together, ideally. Ian, your story reminds me about passengers complaining to ticket agents about planes being late due to weather delays. Yeah, you're like, what do you want me to do about the weather? Do you think I am God? Because if I am God and control the weather, why am I working this ticket counter listening to you? So, yeah. I see some people saying yes to the cheese heist game. Maybe I'll try to organize that. Oh my God, I'm dying laughing, peeing my clam jams. Okay, I appreciate the heck out of that. I love you four together. You are hilarious when you're all on the same stream. One of the greatest things about this is that there's a bunch of people who I'm fans of and friends with and get to hang out with. It's the best thing. I see... Uh-oh, I blinked. Is it over? I mean, you didn't blink. We've been on for nearly 4 hours, but I'm trying to sort of get through the super chats here. There was a Canadian maple syrup heist that happened in 2012. Lol. I don't know if I've done a video on the maple syrup heist. If I'm not, I got to check and see if I have. If I haven't, I need to, because that was wild. So nice try, Eve, but the twerking wood daddy cannot be defeated. Fair enough. I've never seen him twerk, but you know what? I feel like that might break the internet. I have Googled clam swim trunks, and I'm not disappointed. Fair enough. Don't forget to go to Scott Cardinal's channel to watch Captain Corey Saves Christmas. I haven't watched that yet, but we'll have to. Emily, you need to check out some of the pink flamingo. Is this gonna be one of those things that makes me go, like, what the hell? So, yeah, I don't know. That scares me as to some of the possibility. I see the Foxy Project. That's a solid pass on the Brokini. I would have said hard pass, but oh, you. Scott Cardinal. Hey, someone say my name. Only good things. Only good things. Say people got to check out your storytelling because it's amazing. So, Trader Joe's picnic chips are fantastic. I've never tried them, but now I'm curious. Watching Hogue try to sign off is what we in Wisconsin call the Midwestern goodbye, in which nobody ever gets to leave a place as the conversation just rolls on. I think we do that in Canada because everyone is too polite to actually say goodbye. So, yeah. Merry Christmas. Grab yourself some more wine. Coke optional. Well, thank you very much. I'm having some champagne. It's a good night. I feel glad that Depp gets to move on with his life. I mean, he really just wants to do cool stuff. He wants to do music. He wants to do art. He wants to do all the stuff I would do if I was Johnny Depp at this point. I mean, I might do more leather work and less music because my musical talents are non-existent. The opposite of present. I mean, my musical talents are actively offensive to the human ear, but that's just kind of what I want to. What I want for him, right? Is good things. So I see here, Emily. Thank you very much. Started this to say happy holidays to you both, but segued into a yes, please, Legally Blonde. Oh my God, we got to make that happen. I've never seen it. I've heard things, but I feel like watching that with Emily would be hugely fun. So I'm not going to mix the champagne with root beer. I am not. This is just going to be straight champagne. I say, thank God it's over. To it being over. All right. You haven't watched Legally Blonde? Criminal Behavior. You're not wrong. Lots of people say I got to watch it. So, Cricket, thank you very much for the super chat there. Trufflehound, people get mad when you gaslight them, when you fight them, then fake the photos. Amber seems wicked. Now she's unwanted. Streets of Mallorca. Can have her. We're done. Johnny Hollow version. I'm a big fan of Johnny Hollow. If you haven't checked it out, check them out. Check them out. They do good work. Runkle, who had the best long game, Amber or Johnny Depp? I think Johnny Depp. Ultimately, I think Johnny Depp scored the bigger win out of all of this, and that's my feeling on that. DW Runkle, we love your unique beauty and wit. I'm not sure what the DW is, but thank you very much. My wife isn't abusive anymore, but when she was, I made sure to have evidence just in case. I knew I would be screwed if I didn't. As a guy, it can be a bit difficult to bring those claims. Could Depp get a restraining order now? Probably not. You can't normally get a restraining order against speech. I say normally because there are exceptions, but it's harder. What about the bailiwicks? Not bad. Not bad. I'm going to have to sort of compile this and do a proper sort of chat or proper thing. I feel like people will eventually come to a sort of consensus. Katie Pose says Depp is over the hurdle. I love the comment there. And I see DW's don't worry. Thank you very much. My first super chat and excited is for you. Thank you very much. I'm very honored. It's really appreciated. So thank you. I see Runkle Punks. Not bad. I mean, Punk's not dead. Punk is not dead. Punk just kind of became a lot of people who maintain Punk in their spirit, even if they got to wear button-up shirts. So, see, Bailey clams. No. Mary Jane, really not Sarah. I'm frowning at you. A bracket for the chat name. I feel like that might have to happen. All right. Runkle, it felt like a lawyer's happy hour for all. Yeah, it just kind of a good vibes, right? I really like that we've got a chat and a group that's just all good vibes. And the next, we're almost to the end here, which is good because I'm tired. I got up early. I've been running all day. Normally I like a nap, and I haven't got one, and I might go to bed early. Idea for Ian, Rob, Emily, and Hogue. ADHD stream. Pick 3 topics. Pour alcohol. See if you can cover all 3 topics. Watch Hogue try to understand ADHD. We will get through one of those 3 topics and 12 completely different topics and all of the alcohol, but not the full 3 topics. So I see. How are you tired? It's not even 8 a.m. class. So let me tell you how I'm tired. And this is sort of an insight into the Runkle sleeping schedule. I was up until 2 a.m. last night. And then my alarm was set for 7:45. So that was going to get me 5 hours and 45 minutes, almost a full 6 hours, which, by Runkle standards is a luxury. I woke up at 3 a.m. and my brain was like, hey, it's 3 a.m. And I'm like, but we went to sleep an hour ago. My brain's like, but I mean, isn't it good to be awake now? No, brain. No, it's not. Now is sleeping time. Brain says, you know what? I made my choice. Now is awake time. So it takes me like another hour and a half to get back to sleep because my brain is being an ass. And so finally I get back to sleep. And that whole almost 6 hours of sleeping time turns into what the hell am I doing with my life? And then I wake up and my alarm goes off and Zora is like, let's snuggle. And I'm like, I got to wake up. I got work to do. She's like, but counterpoint, snuggles. I'm going, dog, all you're doing is making it harder to get up. So I get up, chug some caffeine, start doing necessary work. And my brain functions pretty good on no sleep, but you go through the whole day and you're doing the no sleep thing. And so I get done with the necessary work at 4. And then I get home, by the time I get home after all of this, it is 5:15 because I had to run some errands and so forth. And so I get home, it's 5:15. I got to stream at 6. Well, that's not enough time to take a nap. That's enough time to get ready for the stream. So I have been moving and thinking and doing stuff since the beginning of the day. And I'm operating on, some fraction of 6 hours of sleep, broken up by BS over the night. And I'm going to do the same thing tomorrow. And is what it is. It's just kind of how that goes. I see somebody was saying that it looks like my back is bad. I will tell you, you can sort of gauge my back pain by how much you see me do this. Every time you see me do that kind of shift in my chair, and I do it in recorded videos, I do it in live streams, all of that means that my back is hurting and I have to adjust my seating because I'm having some sort of muscle spasm that hurts too much to stay in one position. So watch for it. You can make it a drinking game. Drink every time Runkle's back pain makes him shift position, but it happens a lot. Hypothetically, if I were to buy a center fire magazine-fed non-restricted firearm now, how would the government enforce a buyback or seizure? If they caught you with it, and there's ways they might find out, but it's unclear, they would send you to jail. That's sort of how that goes. Do I have a lumbar pillow? No, I can't sleep on my back. If I try, I just don't get to sleep. I spend the entire night trying. Yeah, I just kind of do what I can do. My back is bad enough that I sort of lay in bed and shift and shift and shift and end up sleeping in some weird ass position. That yeah, one of the best things for my marriage was getting a giant bed with my wife and I each have separate sets of blankets, and that way, if I have to roll and whatever else, it doesn't bother her too much. Is there a bad back or a backstory? So when you're young, your bones are flexible; they're soft. So it's very hard to break a bone when you're young. However, you can bend a bone, and so my bad ankles run in my family, and my dad is a larger guy. And so at one point, his ankle went and he fell on me. So I don't know if you can see, but my rib cage is not flat, like it's not even. My back is all twisted up and the bones are bent. They will never be right. That's just the way it is. So I get a certain number of pain-free days every year. And every year as I get older, it's fewer pain-free days. One day, and I will never know when it is, I will experience my last pain-free day. And that'll be sad. Right now, I'm not having a pain-free day. I am in pain. I'm in pain pretty much all the time. And when I went to my doctor at one point, and he looked at my x-rays and he said, "How are you not on AISH?" And AISH is basically disability payments. He's like, every time I see somebody who's got a back like yours, it is, they're on AISH. And I'm like, well, I got two options. One, I can not work in days when I feel pain. And in that case, I will just be at home feeling depressed. That will be my life. Or I can get up and just keep going and do things I want to do, even though it hurts like hell. And in that case, I get to do the things I want to do. I get to hang out with you guys. I get to go to the Supreme Court of Canada. I get to go and, do 3-gun. I get to, play video games. I get to go for runs with my dogs, all of these things. And it hurts, but it hurts more not doing them. So you do the things as best you can. And that's kind of where that is, because you just have to sort of deal with it. And not all people can. Like, I don't begrudge people who make the other decision of, I can't do this, because it's freaking hard sometimes. Sometimes it's hard to be like, listen, I am in serious pain and I got to get up and do stuff. And yeah, sleep on concrete in Virginia. Gonna tell you, it was hard to sleep all night on concrete and then get up and go and sit in a wooden pew all day. But I wanted to do the things, right? I wanted to do the stuff. I want to have a life. And you can't do that if you're just going to be, sort of like, I'm in pain all the time and I'm not going to do stuff. So you just kind of get used to it after a certain point. It's actually my life is sort of in a situation where I wake up and I don't have pain on a particular day. And it feels weird. Like, it feels almost like being high when you wake up and you just have no pain. It's like, this is the best drug ever, is I'm just not hurting today. So that's kind of explaining on that. It's just, I know it's kind of a little dark, but it is what it is. We get the life we get. That's all. There is no promises that life is going to be great or not have any of this stuff. And I mean, I don't look it. I get to go around and I see invisible disabilities awareness. Yeah, absolutely. I get to go around and not look like I'm suffering and still have the pain. So, yeah. Oh yeah, chronic pain can take a lot from you and you just get used to it. Yep. Just is what it is, right? So, Grant Horn, thank you very much for the super sticker there. It's much appreciated. It's and I see Barney Cat saying lupus, same similar sort of thing. Being pain-free feels super weird. Yep. Sometimes it just happens. It's it's sort of an unusual circumstance there. I see chronic pain is weird to explain to people who haven't experienced. Had daily headaches. Neurologists called it chronic daily migraines since I was a kid, and back hip issues since I was about 19. It changes kind of how you think. It's also, I mean, I'm not like the big drugs guy, but it's the reason why I've got it's the reason why I've got this is a leaf marijuana vaporizer, and because sometimes that's what it takes to get to sleep, and it's better than opiates. So, and I see Runkle, you're a happy man even when you're in pain. I say mind over matter. Others are in worse shape. I mean, I watch shows like House, and I watched House, and I'm just like, I get it. When I see the guy is in pain all the time, and it makes him salty. At the end of the day, sometimes it's a choice, and not an easy choice. Like, I don't want to say that it's like something simple. It's you put work into being, cheerful. You put work into being, able to move on. So, you just kind of do what you want to, like, you gotta choose what matters to you. And sometimes what matters to me is being able to, have this kind of conversation with people. So see, may contain bleach. When is the earliest Bill C-21 could be passed? I don't actually know that offhand. I'd have to look. I understand that they put it off into January, but they could fast track it, and I don't know what that would look like here. So anyway, I'm gonna wrap that up because you just heard me yawn. I see happy is a choice. It is and it isn't. I mean, there's things that can get in the way of that, but I've had moments in my life when I was extremely depressive because, if you're alone and you're hurting all the time, life isn't a whole lot of fun. But I had to make choices and work to get out of that so that I could get the stuff that I want to do. And my life has gotten a lot better. My life is way better than it was because at a certain point, I just decided to start doing stuff with it. And I see a recently released meta study proved marijuana is less effective than a placebo for pain management. Hey, if it's a placebo it up. I don't use it a lot. I consume it. I use weed like once every 2 weeks, maybe. Often like once a month. But yeah, I'm not sort of taking it to get high. Sometimes I take it to make sure I can get to sleep. So please check out PC for fellow law nerd trying to get back on her feet after she lost her mom. Remove spaces. Mav Thinker Czar. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I feel like this is a puzzle that I'm not smart enough to solve right now. So we'll have to see on that one. And I see the key word in this comment is pain management. Most people use marijuana medicinally. use it for the help putting them to sleep. I find that marijuana, and this is not medical advice. This is not anything. And I will note for the YouTube people, it is legal here. Like, not just like, US legal where it's federally banned, but, nobody enforces it. Legal. Like, there's no headaches around this at all. I still feel the pain when I've, taken it. It's just that my body's like, it doesn't matter right now. Because normally pain has this way of kind of insisting on your mental state, where it sort of forces itself in and makes it hard to do other things. Marijuana sort of puts it in the back seat and basically says, shut up. So that's I know it's still there. Like, I can still feel that it's there, but it's easier to deal with at that point. All right, so I'm gonna wrap this up because, again, I am super tired. Thank you guys for joining me. I really appreciate it. It's been a great stream. I will, I know that there's going to be a lot of people who are just like, well, Depp is done. I'm not interested, anymore, and so forth. I'm going to miss that. I'm going to miss some of the people who come together for these. I hope people will come together for other stuff. But yeah, I just love the community here. I love you guys. And yeah, I'm still glad that Depp gets some peace, even if this whole thing has been good for me financially. I'd rather be poor and him not suffering than be wealthy on his pain. That's the end of it. I know that's kind of a weird thing to say. A lot of people are going to be like, get that grift and whatever else. But at the end of the day, I would the amount of money I've given up to try to help people, doing pro bono work and so forth, is not trivial. That's kind of my feeling on this. And YouTube deleted the URL, sent it to you on Twitter. I will check it out a little bit later. I'm going to try to head to sleep here. I'm going to probably do something to wind down, and then that's about it. So thank you guys for joining me. I'll see you next time. Cheers.